And good evening to everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome into the stream. Another Friday. Doesn't the week go so fast? And we got nearly 80 people in already. That's a really good sign. So good evening to everyone. Let's get straight into the comments. Now, guys, as you know, I've got a mystery guest on tonight. You might know him. We might have a little bit of a competition. I'll bring him in 20 minutes. You can try and guess who you think my mystery guest is tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight, guys, believe me. But I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm just going to bring him in about 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit later, okay? But lots of people in now, over 100 people already, so let me get straight into it. I'm going to say hi to Gemini Star. How you doing? Danish Bacon, as always. Dutch Frang, how are you? Shane, how you doing, mate? Shane Old Traveller. Dutch, lots of messages from Dutch Frang there. Damon, how you doing? Good to have you in tonight again. Danish Bacon, we said Prior 9, hi, Mongers. I've got something for the Mongers later on tonight. I've got a couple of competitions tonight. I've got something for the Mongers. I've got Joke of the Week. I've got a special guest tonight. This is going to be a great stream tonight, guys. It really is. I might even keep it going for 2 hours tonight, not the hour and a half. Let's see. Barang, hi, how you doing? Javier Lopez, hi, how you doing? Got my Thailand pass. Well done. Good to you. Little bit of news on that later on. Red Phil in Denmark, how you doing? Richard Millia, good thing. Thailand has such great healthcare because I think that beauty on the thumbnail pics is going to have back problems. Well, she won't sink, will she? Hey, YouTube took down one of my the thumbnail. That wasn't the original thumbnail. I had a better one than that, and it wasn't too revealing. It was kind of a side-on shot. She had on a full one-piece swimming pool costume, and they pulled it. I don't know why. I appealed it, and they said, no, it's disgusting. It's filthy. Marky Mark, thanks, mate. Straight in as always. Hey, Peter, are you counting the days to your move to Thailand? You'll be there for the beach bikini racing patty at the end of October. Can't miss that. Cheers. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Mark. And thanks for the super stream, as always. Right. One of the comments somebody said to me last week, a few people said, you always fall behind in the comments. Like I'll answer comments that were half an hour behind, but it's because I try and answer everybody's. Okay. Right. Let's carry on. We're going to go really fast tonight, guys, because I don't want to, I don't want to miss anybody out and I don't want to fall too far behind. Matthew Olcone, hi, Peter. Looking forward to tonight's show. Is buzzing the special guest. I'm not saying who it is. I'm not saying yes, it is. I'm not saying no, it isn't. Come on, guys. Who's my special guest tonight? You might know him. It's going to be fun, believe me. James Casey. Yeah, I did read your message earlier, James. You said something about a business, doing some business or something. You know my email address, don't you? If you don't know it, let me pop it up there. Look, there's my email address. You can write to me. I do answer all emails. Sometimes people write to me and say horrible things. I even write back to them. Jolly Fox, how you doing? Paul Leverage, how are you? Citizen Mikey, hi Peter. I bet that 1664 is nice, chilled. Going to Port. Well, I'm actually, as you know, guys, I've moved over from the 1664. I'm budgeting now. I do the oldie once a week, and I get a nice case of the German beer that they've got there, and I save about £10 on a case of beer. It's not bad, 4.5%. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. So let's get rid of that. Let's put that up there for the guys who are going soon. Right. Where have we got to? Right. Del Boy, good to see you in again, mate. How you doing? Is Steady Eddie the guest? Well, I'm not going to say. Keep guessing. Tilt. Trevor. Oh, you're edging your bets. Trevor Eddie Pork Pie. Right. Okay. Who else we got in? Let's have a look. Who haven't I said? Brian Street. How are you doing? Nice to see you, and Brian. Fran Rush, good to see you. And again, you've said Edward as well. Smiley McGee, good evening, Peter. Come on, guys. Who is my special guest tonight? Noonie, hey up. Dog, hey, Peter. Glad to see you back on your live stream. I hope everything is okay on your side. I haven't really disappeared. I look orange again tonight, and I've worked out how to get that away. It looks like I've got yellow jaundice. Well, let me watch this. I'll turn it down. I've found out how to do it. I've got a setting. I should be less orange in a second. Right, there we go. I've got the settings up ready because I normally look like a tangerine. I look a bit white now. Let me put that a little bit the other way. And that should be about right. I'll leave it there. Okay, Nick T, how are you doing? Amigos. Philip Bandel, is it? Hi from Auckland. Good to see you, mate. Canary, spread your wings. I often see you in Ed Sweeney's channels. How are you doing? You've said, is it Steady Eddie? Could be, might be. Maybe it's not him. Very hard to get hold of Edward Sweeney these days. Could be somebody else. We had Shane Old Traveller in 2 weeks ago. He went down well. It's not necessarily another live streamer. It could be one of you guys. But you probably know him anyway. 221 now. Good to see you guys if you've just joined us. I'm just a fat wanker. That's a great name. That's not me saying that. I probably am one, but that's the name of the guy on screen now. And mystery guest. No, it's not the fake Ed Sweeney either. That's another Ed Sweeney. Right, someone's done another super chat there. Let me just have a look who that is. Brian. Cheers, mate. Yeah, thanks, Brian. You do that quite regularly. I don't take it for granted, guys. When you do a super chat, I do appreciate it. I don't send it off to any charity. It goes to one charity only, and that is a charity of beer for Peter. That's it. So thank you very much. Charles Sanders, hi. Is Ed Sweeney? Everyone's saying Ed Sweeney. Why would it be Ed Sweeney? He's been away, hasn't it? It could be anybody. It could be, let's see who it could be. It could be Trevor. It could be. It could be Nick Dean. It could be Nick Dean, couldn't it? It could be one of the viewers. It could be, somebody you don't know. Damien, what the hell is this? This is a piss taking it. Damien, £1.79 money for a box of those oldie beers. £1.79, Damien. I could probably buy 3 boxes of oldie beer. It's that cheap and get change. But appreciate that anyway. I'm sure you'll do better than that later. You always do. Pulling my leg again. And guys, the book's out next month. We were waiting for the cover. I've finished the cover now. I've done it myself in the end. You know what it's called? Thailand Bound, Real Tales of Love and Loss from the Land of Smiles. That'll be on Amazon next month. Not very expensive, probably a £5, something like that. You can download it or order it in print, but I'll tell you when that's out. I'll be plugging the hell out of that. No Name, how you doing? Matthew Green, special guest Jeff Carter. Good guest, Matthew. Good guest, but it isn't Jeff Carter. Let me get rid of that. And I know you don't like to see this, but I'm going to just put that out there. Let me just give a quick shout out to a few guys out there. I want to say hi to Mike from AVG Sports. Mike's been on the channel a few times. Good guy, Mike. He did a couple of interviews with me, some in Bangkok. Mike's now back in California. He did about 4 months in Thailand. He was in Ukraine for a while. Of all the places to pick to go on holiday, Mike picked Ukraine, but he's back in one piece. So hi, Mike. I know you're out there listening. I want to say hi to Franco. He's not moderating tonight. I've got somebody else in the background, so I won't mention him because you don't know him. But Franco is actually, I don't know if you know this, Franco drives an articulated truck and he does a bit of roadieing. So he was driving Deacon. Remember Deacon Blue from the 80s? He was driving all their equipment the other day. And now there's a famous comedian. He's an American, one of these puppet guys. He was in Bournemouth in the Bic last night. Franco's driving up to Scotland tonight. So I said I'd give Franco a mention. So Franco, keep your eyes open, mate. Don't fall asleep at the wheel and don't look down at the screen too much. And as always, I'm going to say hi to Noel in the background there, who can't see any of this because he's blind, but I know he does enjoy a shout out. Okay, right. Where are we? So let's get rid of the depressing numbers from there. Right, before I bring my guest out, we've got 252 in now, so that's good. Hi, Clive, McLaren F1 race. How was the F1? How was the race the other night? I know you went off to do that. Gordon, how you doing? Nice to see you. 6:10 here in Australia. Paradise Live, special guest Nat and Dave. We've actually had Nat in before. That was on the lunchtime stream that I used to do with Simon. As you know, the Nat and Dave are no longer around, but it is a real tiger. It wasn't computer generated. Ladybug, how you doing? Who haven't I said hi to? Carb of Mike, Emma Howe. I wonder, Emma Howe, you are female, right? I mean, it's a female name, but sometimes people come on and use names, are not their names. So let me know. Deke the Trucker, how you doing, mate? Peter, I hear Jeff Carter is the planning phase. He's on his planning phase of his trip back to Bangkok. No doubt, we all are. I'm actually hoping to get out there in July for a couple of months now because I'm not having too much success with my house sale right now. And in fact, what I might do is I might actually keep the house and just remortgage it, get it on an interest only, and just keep it and rent it out because I can get good rent for it. I've got an agent looks after it. But whatever happens, I'm not going to hang around, guys. I'm going over in July. Stephen 4X, hi, thanks for that. That's the oldie Pilsner. Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. I appreciate that. Let me just read this out to you. It's about the Thailand pass. Can we get the serious stuff out the way quickly? 10 minutes we've been in now. This says, I got this from I can't remember where I got it from, guys, but basically it says Thailand to end all travel restrictions in July. I thought it was June, but there you go. It said, let me just put this up because I don't want to miss this. And I'll read this to you. There's another super chat there. That's from Adam Hills. Thanks for all your stories and your hard work. Thanks, Adam. Story tomorrow, guys. I'll come back to that story, but I'm going to try something different tomorrow. I'm not reading the stories. I'm actually just talking to the camera for about half an hour. So you'll have to let me know how you get on. And thanks for the super chat, Adam. I do appreciate it. Right, back to the story. Thailand to end all travel restrictions in July. Thailand's government is aiming to remove the remaining travel restrictions and travel pass requirements by the end of July in a bid to further boost tourism. A source in the health ministry told the Thai Inquirer on Monday the government has removed PCR test requirements for vaccinated travellers and lowered the number of quarantine days to 5 for unvaccinated travellers at the beginning of May. It has, however, kept the much criticised Thailand pass system to ensure the vaccinated travellers upload their vaccine records. The controversial system requires travellers to apply for a Thailand pass through an official website. Now, according to a senior source within the Ministry of Public Health, the government is planning on removing all remaining restrictions, including mandatory quarantine and the Thailand pass by the end of July. So there you have it there. And they're actually going to get rid of everything because the next little story, the controversial government-made tracking app More Chana will no longer exist from June the 1st. Its makers announced the application service will be terminated from June 1st onwards. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. Monchana, just in case you're wondering, translates as Dr. Wins in Thai, but it never worked anyway. I tried to get on it when I was in Thailand. It didn't work. Right, Numi, £1, 1p. Okay, that's your username, is it? All right. Okay, we're nearly 300 in now. Don't forget, special guest tonight, guys. Keep on guessing. I've had some good guesses in. Right, I just want to, before we get into it, because I've got some of the moaning minis in again last week. Where is it? Hang on. Let me just read this out. Now, what I'm going to do for you now, the next video is only about 5 seconds long, but it should satisfy the guy who left this comment. Let me get ready. Right, let me just read this to you. Are you ready? Right. Hi, Peter. I have heard you say you are married. Your channel attracts quite a few mongers, so why not do something special on your stream for the mongers as a one-off? Thanks, Mike Scott. All right, Mike, how about this? Right, that's the mongers sorted out for tonight. Okay, let's do a few more comments. We'll give it another 5-10 minutes. I'll bring my guest in. I want to see how many people guess who my special guest tonight is. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight, guys. Right, let's see who else has joined us since that last comment. Race was pretty good. Cheers, Peter. Yeah, good. Okay, Clive, you like that? Yeah, good. Nick T, much better idea, renting a house out. Yeah, the thing is, Nick, it's quite without giving all my personal details away, it's quite complicated because as I keep telling you, my wife and I are separating as friends. I only need to give her half of the proceeds of the sale, but I'm actually giving her like 80% because I want to look after her and my daughter, get them set up in a house. When I go out to Thailand, I'll take a very small amount, but I do owe a little bit of money still on the house. So it's if I can make the numbers work, then it'll be a good idea and everything will work out nice. Right, Mike, how you doing, Mike? Were you in last week? I can't remember. Evening, Peter. I'm a little late tonight, but looking forward to an hour and a half of chat and fun. Well, I tell you what, Mike, because I've got a guest in tonight. The guest won't be in for the whole stream, but he will be in for a big part of it. And I think there's a good chance it might go on for about 2 hours today because we've got over 300 in the stream already now. So if you've just joined us, guys, welcome in tonight. It's going to be a good night. No name. I think June was for Thais. Yeah. You mean to say for the Thailand pass? Maybe first to Thailand, there was a story last week about allowing the Thais to not having to have it, and then the Farang, and obviously July for us. So it's not a big deal, is it? If I go out end of July, hopefully there'll be no Thailand pass. And even if there is a Thailand pass, I'll still go out there because it's a lot easier to do. Right, Fran Rush. I saw Ed in Nick's bar last January. It was Nick's birthday. Yeah, I've seen that as well. He was a bit inebriated in that video, wasn't he? Ladybug. I was in Phuket. You can see in my picture. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you're female. So we do get a few females in. It's strange, really, isn't it? Because some of the topics we talk about, I'm surprised. I've got about 1,000 female subscribers now. I get that from the back end of YouTube. So to any females who are in, few and far between, welcome. Nice to have you here. Harold Bishop, how you doing? Still got that suit on there, Harold. Hi. Oh, sorry, I'm late. Yes, you naughty boy, Harold. How dare you? Right. James Casey. Okay. James Casey, Peter, I spotted Dutch Farang and McLaren F1 race on Ed Sweeney's show. Yeah, I mean, we have the same kind of subscribers. You know, a lot of the people that I see, I watch Ed Sweeney's streams when I can, and I see a lot of you guys in there, and a lot of you know, I used to go into Ed's stream and say, "Hi Ed, how you doing?" But I don't do it anymore, because what happens, you kind of end up taking over the stream, because you'll come in and a lot of people will come in and say, "Oh yeah, hi Peter, hi Thailand band," and all that, and you know, you feel a bit kind of like the other guy might get pissed off. So I do say hello from time to time, but I try not to get too involved. Czech band, how you doing from the Czech Republic? Yeah, good to see you. I'll tell you what, we've got loads to get through tonight. Let me see if I can do something quick just to lighten the mood a little bit. I'll do joke of the week later when I've had a beer. I'll tell you, let's do a PG tips. Okay, I've got 6 of these, 2 sets of 3s. I know it's early, but let's get in the mood. Let's do one early. Here we go.
Dancing for England, Mavis in the green tulle, and Melvin in trouble with his trousers.
Oh, heck.
Smile, Melvin. We're on telly.
Smile. All I want's a cup of tea. By gum, I could dance all night.
Those the marks, Melvin, for the waltz?
No, the cha-cha.
They're trying the case for big tea bags.
With what is the prisoner charged?
Smashing teapots, Lord.
They weren't smashing. The tea had no taste.
You tell him.
Silence!
He wanted big bags, Lord.
Big bags?
Call for PG tips.
And now the verdict.
Very tasty, very nice.
Not a bad judge, is he?
Pass the black bag, Ronnie, old son.
I only brought the big bags.
Why don't you sit down and rest your brains? You've blown it.
Lovely.
Right, now we'd better leave for the airport.
How many big bags have you, sir?
160.
Yeah, I mean, they're dating now, but they're still funny, aren't they? I've got 3 more of them for you later on. I still want you guys to let me know I know who he is, of course, but who is my guest? I'm going to bring him in a few minutes. I can see him in the back there. He's out there grooming his hair and powdering his nose, so we'll bring him in. Let me just say hi to a few others. Right, Emma House says, CCWC. I don't know what that means, Emma. You're talking to a dinosaur here. Mac, Peter, got my 60-day tourist visa approved this week, but Scoot rescheduled my flight, lost money on my airport transfer and hotel booking, not to mention my chosen seat. I'm tall, bar stewards. Yeah, that sucks a little bit, doesn't it? That's not good. Right, MetTech. I'm not. You say that every week. I'm not going to even entertain that. Right. Check bound. Nina, I can see there requires a special from. Okay, somebody talk to someone else. Right. Let's say hi to a few more people. Then I'll bring my guest in. Alan Hunter. Somebody said it, I've got Trevor's mother in tonight as my guest. It's not Trevor's mother. No. DB Cooter. Hell yeah, Pride. Alan Hunter. Simon Land of Smiles. No, it isn't Simon from the Land of Smiles. Good guesses. Good guesses. Any more takers? We'll bring him in a minute. Paul Everidge, Big Fat Betsy, and his vaccine. Well, he's in Thailand, isn't he? So it won't be him. No. Michael DiCaprio, Bangkok Pat. No, I've had Bangkok Pat in before, but it's not Bangkok Pat. Keep them coming. I'll bring him in a couple of minutes. Mark P. KLM cancelled my flight out of Bangkok last Sunday. Shame, yeah. A lot of flights getting cancelled. I was lucky. Mine went ahead. El Terrifical. Peter, you look blonde today. Really? It's probably grey. Let me. It's because I've figured out how to use this software now. Let me put myself a little bit more orangey then. Maybe I've got it set too low. There we go. I should look less grey now. Right, John Dyer. Hi, Peter. My wife Helen loves your show. Can she have a shout out? So I presume her name's Helen Dyer. Helen, if you're watching, all the best. Another lady in the stream. Love it. Love you females coming into the stream. How you doing, Helen? And John. Matthew Green. Please not Jim Andrews. He want to keep your videos funny. I don't even know who Jim Andrews is, but obviously he's not on your dance card. Okay. McLaren F1, no mongers here. You need to go to Specsavers, Clive, really. Tilt, Brian Flowers. I've had Brian Flowers on the show before. On the stream, it's not Brian Flowers, no. Martin Ryder, Red Sweetie, Monger in Chief. Could be. I won't say yes, won't say no. Marky Mark, over 300 in the channel, only 70 likes. Smash that like button. Yeah, we'll put that up there. Quite right, Mark. Give us a like, guys. Come on, don't be so mean. Give me a like. Right, Carletto, in late July, you still have to have the 10,000 baht for insurance, or are they dropping that too? Well, that article said they're dropping everything. So if yeah, I mean, good question. I'm assuming now, I'll find out for next week, but I would assume that you wouldn't need it because they said they're dropping everything. You'll only need to prove that you've had your what they did say is if they do drop the Thailand pass, you'll need to have 3 vaccines, not 2. But most people have had the booster anyway. I've had the booster, so you just need proof. And in the UK, it's the NHS app. It's very, very easy. Okay, Oliver Baines. Is it the Pope? No, it's not the Pope. He's not my guest tonight. Franco. Wow, I missed Stephen. It's gone so fast. Stephen Forex. Is Franco your guest? No, Franco is on the he's on the motorway in a big truck tonight. He's a bit of a roadie. I don't know if he's got any roadies in the back of his cab with him, but no, Franco's driving up to Scotland tonight because he does a spotlight. You know, when they have shows, if it's a white spotlight, we see the spotlight. Franco's the man behind the spotlight, and he drives the truck as well. Right, Danny P. Straight. Let me put that up. Thank you, Danny. That's great. Hi, Peter. Great job, fella. Yeah, and thanks for the 20, Danny. Appreciate it. Very generous of you. It is very generous. Right. Somebody says I'm orange again. Omar, orange again. Right. Well, let me do something about that. Let me go right down. I found out how to take that away. I'm going to look more white hair now because I've adjusted it, but that should make me less orange. Okay, so I think we should. I'm going to bring my guest in. He's disappeared, actually. I'm looking at an empty chair. He was there with a beer in his hand, and now I'm looking at an empty chair. Let's wait till he comes back, and obviously I'll get him in. Right, Mick Mann, Buzzing Trevor. It isn't Buzzing Trevor. Actually, Trevor agreed to come on here again. He was going to come on, but he's real busy now. He's got close to 50,000 subscribers. He's got his Buzzing Patty bar, and he's doing a lot of stuff. And I think what we're going to do when I go to Bangkok, Trevor and I are going to do some bits and pieces together. I'll let you know more about that at the time, but it's not Trevor tonight. No. Right, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. Peter, I want to grab a drink with you in Pattaya one day. Thanks for the videos. They definitely are good for showing men what to look out for and how to get the most out of Thailand. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. I mean, most of the stories, they're not, well, all of the stories aren't mine anyway. They're sent in by viewers. So the whole idea is for them to be entertaining. But if people learn from them as well, then obviously they're good. I've got a nice story tomorrow, good story tomorrow, guys. One story lasts for 30 minutes. I'm not reading it. I'm just talking to the camera. Right, guys, you've had your chance. I'm going to bring my guest in now because it's not very nice sitting in the back waiting to come on. So let's bring him on. Right. Okay. Are you ready in the back there? Let me just have a quick check. Yeah, I can see him. He's all ready. Right, I'm going to bring my guest in, guys. We've got 336 in the stream. If you just joined us, thanks for joining. You can ask who I'm going to bring. I'm not going to say his name yet. You can ask him questions. I'm going to miss a lot of the questions because I'll be talking to him, right? So let's bring him in. Without further ado, please welcome the man himself, Mr. Ed Sweeney. How are you doing, Ed? Cheers.
Good evening.
I'm on the water at the moment.
Season's greetings.
Season's greetings. A bit early for all that.
A cheap Chilean Cabernet Sauvignon wine from Co-op.
Well, I'm on there. I took a leaf out of your book now. I'm on the oldies. Look at these. Look, Pilsners, £3.25 for 4.5%, and it's a 500 ml can. Great value.
Is it nice? Nice. Is it nice though?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. The oldie beer is okay. I mean, they're no-name brands, but I've worked out because I buy about a case a week. Ignore us, guys. Well, we just talk about beer. I buy about a case a week, and I save about £10.80 on a case. So it's pretty good. Yeah, it's good.
That's
right.
It.
Okay, look, thanks for joining me tonight, Ed. I've been trying to get you in for a few weeks, as you know. I had to blackmail you in a kind of roundabout way tonight. We'll talk about that later. So are how long were you actually away for in total? Was it something like 4 months?
4 months.
Okay.
I went there on a 3-month ticket. You know, I had a 3-month return ticket, a great value ticket with Emirates. We were a very, very good airline. In fact, the return ticket was via Dubai. It was about 4,500 quid, which is really good for a return ticket. But when I was out there, I was enjoying my travels, and I just, you know what, I just didn't bother rearranging the flight. It got to the last minute, and I just missed the return flight, and I booked a return flight of my own. So went out there for 3 months and ended up being out there for 4 months. 4 very, very hedonistic months.
Well, I did follow you on your trip, and I'm guessing, you know, I went out there in December when it was really grim. And, and I know you watched a few of my videos when I was out there. I still ended up having a good time, but you know, I caught COVID when I was out there.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
self-isolated. People said I did a runner from the hotel. I didn't. That's a long story, another story. But I mean, when I was there, the bars were closing at 9 p.m. When you spent a long time in Pattaya, what time were the bars actually closing towards the end of
When I
your trip
arrived
there?
to be honest with you, it was a strange little story, but I flew out January the 3rd, arrived January the 4th, and got out of my hotel in Bangkok January the 5th. You know, I was only in that hotel for 12 hours, you know, the PCR and all this kind of rubbish. I'll briefly tell you what happened there. Very, very stressful. Very, very stressful getting through Bangkok here. But as you know, all the rules. Now, I got to the immigration, the passport control, about to go through, and this lady, female, appeared and said, "Which hotel are you staying in?" I said, "I'm staying in the Green View Hotel for the night." That was the night's quarantine. And she said, "And after that?" I said, well, I haven't booked that, but I'm going to be staying there. I'm going to be staying in another hotel. I know. She said, "You have to put that down. Otherwise, you won't be able to go through." And I thought, oh, my, after all of this, it was very, very stressful. She said, "You must put down name of hotel you stay in afterwards." And I said, okay, well, I'll just write down the name of a hotel in Bangkok, one that I know. And you know something, Peter? I know quite a few hotels in Bangkok. And my mind absolutely went blank. I simply could not think of a hotel. And I thought, oh my God, I don't need this. And I thought, okay, I'll put down one in Pattaya. And I thought of one in Pattaya. So I put down the name of a hotel in Pattaya. And she said, okay, that'll be enough. You can go through now. So I've committed myself to go to Pattaya. You know, the rigmarole, going to the hotel and asking where are you going next. And my plan was to stay in Bangkok for a while. But I committed to Pattaya, so I went to Pattaya, and it was the worst place to go at that moment in time because everyone was getting the onion variant. Everyone was. It was dreadful.
Yeah. Well, I had an experience with a guy in the airport, which I thought was a bit grim, really, selfishly. When I was coming back, I caught COVID, and what I did, the hospital didn't come for me, and nobody at the hospital would contact me. And in the end, I took the decision to move to another hotel, self-isolate. I walked to the hotel, so I didn't infect the driver or anything. I walked, checked in. Simon, my friend, bought me all the goodies and stuff. And but when I was coming home in the airport, I met a guy who'd been in Pattaya for about 2 weeks. I was telling him this story, and he said, "Oh, I got it as well." And I said, "Oh, did you self-isolate? Did they take you to hospital?" He said, "No, I just carried on." So basically, he tested positive and just carried on as if nothing happened. So he must have infected a lot of people, But some people just don't care. But talking of hotels, there, that hotel you stayed in, Soi 4, the Swan Inn, that was grim, wasn't it? Well, how did you end up there? Do you remember that one?
I know the one.
Really?
I stayed there by accident. Now, you know the hotel that I like staying in Soi 4 because I've actually made a video of it in the past. It's one called the Royal Ivory. And from, you go Nana Plaza straight down Soi 4. It's not the most glamorous hotel in the world, but it's bloody good. It has nice rooms, very, very comfortable. I think it's got a swimming pool, but I don't even use them anyway. That's got a swimming pool. It's a great hotel. But I didn't book it. I didn't pre-book it. I just got the taxi straight there. And he dropped me off outside the Royal Ivory Hotel. And it was bloody closed. It was closed. I mean, presumably due to the pandemic, it was just closed. I thought, I'm going to drag my luggage. Now, what am I going to do now? Blazing hot day. And this guy, knew the script. This Thai guy knew the script. Said, come this way. He was used to people turning up outside that hotel. Really? And he knew the script. And he said, all right, you come stay in my hotel. So they took me into this little budget hotel. And the people were nice, but it was a bit grim. It was a bit of a shed. But I thought, oh, what the hell? I'll stay here for a couple of nights. But you know what? I know it was grim, but I simply couldn't be bothered moving out of there. I
tell you what, grim. I mean, that bloody chair. When you were filming the room, that threadbare chair, I was waiting for things to actually jump out of it. I mean, it did look a bit worn, to be honest with you. But was it? It was okay in the end, was it?
It was okay. It was comfortable. It was Peter. I'm a budget traveler. I stay in some really, really nice hotels and a few grimy ones. I mean, for Bangkok, I thought, oh, what the hell? Just bloody stay. Don't worry about it. But what was interesting, I made the review of him. I stayed there by accident, not deliberate, remember. I extended a stay, and I ended up staying there for about 10 days, simply because I couldn't be, I was comfortable there, and I couldn't be bothered moving. But some people who say, you know, oh, I couldn't stay in a dive like that. Some of those same people will probably go camping. Well, I couldn't bloody stay in a field, a tent in the middle of the field, you know. So I don't really see the problem.
I mean, the way I look at it, I mean, I don't stay in the room generally anyway. It's just for sleeping. Now I've got a YouTube channel. I do tend to spend a few hours editing videos like you probably do. But you know where I stay when I'm there. I mean, I checked into the Majestic Hotel the last time because I've passed it for 30 years. I've never been in there. And it was actually quite a good hotel. It's just, you know, as you come out of Soi 4, turn right, Soi 4, there's a tailor's there. Then you've got the Majestic Hotel. You know where the police box is? When you come out of Soi 4,
yeah.
Where the zebra crossing is, you've got the police box. Well, just if you walk a little bit before the pharmacy, you see a tailor's, Indian tailor's there, and there's a door, and it's called the Majestic Hotel. A great location. I stayed there, but where I normally stay is a Nana Thai Suite Mansion, I think they call it now. They're changing it, but that's the last building at the end of Soi 4, the opposite end to Sukhumvit. And there used to be the tobacco monopoly there, and that's gone now, and they're changing it into a kind of in-city country park, if that makes sense. They're making it into a kind of, not a nature reserve, that's the wrong word, but I generally stay there. It's about £19 a night. It's getting a little bit dated now. It's a bit like the Nana Hotel. It's seen better days, but the staff are nice. They've got a decent coffee shop, and it does me. And but okay. So did you, when you were there, because you were in Bangkok, you went to Pattaya and you went to Bangkok again. When I was in Bangkok, I found it extremely expensive, expensive. And when I went down to Pattaya, it was a real nice shock. I just noticed immediately the difference in prices. Did you find that or not?
Well, Pattaya has always been cheaper than Bangkok. You know, traditionally I've stayed in Bangkok for a few days and then gone to Pattaya. You know, but I done a video called "Bangkok Doesn't Have to Be Expensive." It doesn't have to be. I mean, if you want it to be expensive and you want, don't forget a lot of the most expensive places that you were likely to go at that particular time, like Soy Cowboy, they were closed. So I didn't go there anyway because they were closed. I mean, the in place at that particular time was almost January. No, we're not talking January. We're talking March now because I was in Pattaya and Koh Chang for 2 months, wasn't I? So it was March when I was in Bangkok, the month of March. And Nana, the bars in Nana, you know, they were, you know, closing at 11 o'clock at night. Last orders at 10:30. But the in place to go was Soi 7. You know, that complex there, that was the in place to go. And that was really very reasonable. You know, you could watch your live band for and drink a beer for 100 baht or 120. That's not that bad. You know, you get street food quite cheaply. The hotel, as you know, was cheap and nasty. So it doesn't have to be expensive, not really.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I just like when I say why I found it expensive is because a lot of the bars I went into in Pattaya, around Tree Town, Soi Buakhao, all them sort of areas, I was paying 60, 70 baht for a bottle of beer, which I thought was very reasonable. But I was paying up to, you know, on average, anywhere between 140 and 160. Let me just say thank you to Rob there. He's just given me a super chat for £10. Have a pint on me, lads. I'll have to buy Ed one when next time when I bump into him in Thailand. I owe you a couple of drinks there now. From Rob. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I found, you know, I was with a friend who was buying ladies' drinks. Obviously, I wasn't buying ladies' drinks. And I remember we were in Soi 8 and we were walking down Soi 8 in the afternoon and we said, let's go in and just get a soda because it was baking hot. And there was one girl in this bar and we bought a soda each and it was 100 baht each. And he bought her a drink and she bought the bill and her soda or Namsam or orange was like 200 baht, you know, and it was like, so he paid 100 baht for his drink and he bought a lady's drink. It was 200 baht. And this was in the afternoon, and I just, you know, I just found it very, very expensive. But you know,
well, let me tell you, Peter, I was in Nana Plaza, and some of the go-go bars were sneakily, craftily staying up a little bit later, and I found there that lady drinks, the drinks, you know, were about 140 baht or something like that, which is what you would expect in a go-go bar anyway. But the lady drinks, were only 150 baht, which is not that expensive, really. Not really that expensive. You know, it doesn't have to be. I mean, if you want luxury, you can spend a lot of money. But I was there on the cheap, and I don't know what. One thing I didn't bother much. Only once. I won't name the well-known establishments, but you go to the top of Soi 4 and all the main well-known names bars that are there.
The big ones. Yeah.
I decided that I don't like them. They're
Really?
expensive. The food that you pay for the food, they get it off the street, serve it to you. It doesn't
That's right.
taste very well. There's only I like when the going's good. I like Hillary 2 because I think it's brilliant with the live bands, and you know that's a marvelous place.
You mean Hillary 3 further down?
Hillary 2 or 3. It's one of them.
Yeah, so one further, right down the street, right?
Yeah. It's one of those. But they weren't open. They were all closing at 11 o'clock anyway. So it was out of the question. I didn't spend that much in Bangkok.
I mean, people said to me when I got back, because you know the bars closed when I first got there. The bars were closing at 11, then they closed at 9, and people were saying, "Oh, it must have been awful. I don't go out until 10 o'clock, and I'm out all night." And they said, "What was it like? You know, the bars closed at 9." But I was trying to explain. I don't know if you found this, but I found that what happened is I'd go out earlier, like maybe when the bars were closing at 9 o'clock. I was going out at 6 p.m. and I never go out at 6 p.m. But by the time it got to 9, it felt like 2 in the morning anyway. Did it? Were you? You know, did that?
No, because I have a curious, you know, a curious habit when I'm traveling. I go about my daytime activities, and then the late afternoon I have a couple of beers in a hot climate and then something nice to eat. And then I go back to my hotel and have an early evening sleep. And, you know, sometimes I'm getting up at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So that early closing was no good for me at all. It was no good to me. I mean, when they went from 11 o'clock, I was in Pattaya at the time, 11 o'clock to 9 p.m. closing. That's just absurd. Absolutely absurd. I mean, you know, so it was not good, but hopefully that's all going to be a thing of the past pretty soon.
So when are you due? Do you know when you're due to head back out there? I mean, look, I'm not. Let me ask you another question before you tell me that. A lot of people are asking me off camera, and I've noticed some comments, and I won't ask you. I'll just mention it because I know a lot of your questions, if they're a little bit personal, you don't like to answer them. But a lot of people just kind of wondered how much you actually spent for your entire trip. But I'm guessing you'll make a video on that.
Peter, I will make a video. I will. I don't know because I haven't added it up, but I will make a video because it's a popular question. You know, 4 months in Thailand, how much is likely to cost? You know, people seeing the video saying some nice hotels, some garbage dumps. I drink, you know, day and night when I'm out there, and I eat stuff as well. I actually don't know at this moment in time, but I will add it all up and I will make a video because so many people that will be coming in the next couple of weeks. It will be coming in the next.
You know what? I've always avoided that question because people have sort of asked me, you know, will you, Mark, will you guys be planning a stream together in Thailand? Hopefully, if we're both there at the same time, Mark.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I forgot what the question was. Oh. A lot of people over the last couple of years have asked me, how much do I need for a month in Thailand? And I've always said, well, it's really difficult to calculate because I don't know what sort of a traveler you are. If you're a budget traveler, you'll need X amount, but you might want to stay in a 5-star hotel. I put a video out about 6 weeks ago and I did 3 levels of travelers. So I did budget, mid-price and, you know, luxury. So, you know, if people are interested to know what you'd need for a month, for instance, or a week, you can work it all out with the drinks and, you know, and I guess, when you do your video, yours will be more, you'll be just telling people what you spent. And I suppose in that video, you'll also be explaining what kind of hotels you stayed in, what sort of meals you ate for what you got for your money, basically. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I mean, the key thing is that everyone's different. I've done another video on this, you know, a couple of years back, 2 weeks in Pattaya. How much? I mean, but everyone's different. Some people can budget and, you know, but some people can have a good, if you don't drink, then that's a huge advantage because, you know, that's where a lot of your money goes really if you drink every night. And I like wine as well. And but if you don't, but everyone's different. I mean, you can meet someone who can spend a couple of weeks in Pattaya, including the airfare and everything, and he may spend two or three, you know, 2,000 or you know, something like that. I met a guy, and I'm not making this up. I met a guy in Soi 6 a couple of years ago. Soi 6. He was a young guy, and I think he was out there with his brother. And it was one of these scooters, but the scooters bar, and so he said, beautiful women like those ones in the background. Yeah. Absolutely. And he recognised me, and he came outside, and he said, "Hi, how are you doing?" All that, and I got chatting to them. I said, "How long have you been out here?" He says, 2 days. Up to now, I'm out here for a couple of weeks. I've been out here for 2 days. He says, "Oh, you're enjoying yourself?" And his answer to that was, "I've spent £2,000 already."
Wow.
I said, "What? That's £1,000 a day." He says, "Yeah." He says, "Well, just look at all of these women here. A bar find a lot of them." You know, he's you know, he must have been bringing them. Come on, girls. Apparently, I think it was his brother who sent me a message to say, you know, you mentioned him in the chat. His highest bar bill. This is not his daily expenditure. His bar bill was, I believe, £980.
Wow.
That was people ring bells and they ring bells and what it was obviously like a kid let loose in the toy shop. Look, you only live once. I wouldn't do that, but some people will blow through a small foot. It depends how disciplined you are with money. But I believe, yeah, it's possible that he could actually spend that much.
Yeah, I mean, I've met all sorts of characters over the years out there, and there's guys, they can afford to do it. I know a guy who owns a security firm. You know, he puts guys on the doors of nightclubs and pubs. Yeah. They drive vans around factories at night. You know, he's got drivers out all night checking premises. The guy's he's minted. He makes a lot of money. Well, he'll go into a bar in Soy Cowboy. He'll have £100,000 bill, 200. He'll buy bottles of champagne. He'll buy. He won't buy one round of drinks. He'll buy the whole bar, every girl in there, and every time he has a drink, he'll buy the whole bar a drink. So there are some people. I suppose it depends what sort of budget you're on. But what I always say to people, it depends what sort of holiday. If you're one of these guys, you're just going out there and you want to. It's the ladies, everything to do with the ladies. That's when your money starts to go up.
Oh,
if you start, you know, you've got to buy ladies' drinks. You're going out for dinner, bar fines, tips to the ladies, if you get my meaning. And that's what really eats your money up. If you don't do that, then obviously your money will stretch a lot further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, some people will blow to a spot, but Peter, I am actually respectful of the 2-week millionaires. Now, I know a lot of expats, even some expat vloggers, pour scorn on the 2-week millionaires. They're only out here for 2 weeks, you know, whatever. What they're looking at, a lot of those 2-week millionaires, they are fellas who work hard in, it could be America. It could be, you know, they could be knee deep in snow in North America or whatever. They work very, very hard, construction or whatever they do. And they may only have 2 weeks a year. And when they go out, they've worked out, they want to damn well enjoy that 2 weeks. They don't want to go out there and budget. They want to, they want to live like a rock star for 2 weeks. And if it's their money, then they've got the right to do that. So I never, ever knocked the 2-week millionaires, never knocked them.
No, I'm the same as you. You know, you get a postman, he's worked for 50 weeks of the year for his 2 weeks in the sun. What used to really piss me off was when you get one of these guys, I'm not pissed off at the guy, the 2-week millionaire, but sometimes you get guys who live in Pattaya and they've almost got a kind of, they almost don't like the tourists. It's almost as like, you know, we live here, Pattaya belongs to us. We don't like the tourists coming here. You know, they almost feel like they're not in their gang, as it were. And what used to get me, I've had it done to me where I've been sat in a bar in Pattaya. I've been in there. I've had a few drinks. Same waitress has looked after me. She's been a good laugh. Nice girl. I've given her £100, £2.50. And I had a guy turn around to me once and he said, you spoil it for everybody, you do. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, you just gave her £100. You know, we live here. We give them £20. He doesn't give them anything. And I said to the guy, I said, look, I don't care what you give to them, and what I give to her is nothing to do with you. You know, it's not your business, basically. And I thought, what a cheeky git he is, you know. But that gets me, you know.
And I know I'm exactly the same. I mean, the people who hate the 2-week millionaires tend to be expats. You know, expats probably they're out there 52 weeks a year and they spend a lot of money. But traditionally, expats don't like, you know, guys coming out blowing to a small fortune because it makes them look like, you know, tight. You know, tight. I'm all for tipping, looking after people. I don't go over the top, but I'm respectful.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, you know, little story. You know, friend of mine and his missus, they they like to go on holidays to places like Cuba, all inclusives and all this kind of stuff. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, they're tight. They never tip. They've got money, but they never ever tip. And I think they had a 2-week holiday, and where was it? In a place it could have been Cuba, and they loved it there. They absolutely loved it there. And he said the staff looked after them, and it was wonderful. He never met so many friendly people in all their life. And then they went there a year later. They went to the same place. They encountered the same staff and everything. But he said they weren't as friendly this time. I mean, we loved them the first time, but this time, they didn't have much time for us. They weren't as friendly. I said the reason's bloody obvious, because you don't tip. That's why. That's the reason. You don't give them a bloody tip. They remember you. They remember the people who tip, and they remember the ones who don't tip.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? Honestly, I'm embarrassed not to tip. If I go into a bar and, I mean, you know what the service is like in Thailand? Okay, it's not perfect. Nowhere is perfect, but it's a tipping society, isn't it? Money talks in Thailand. And if you know the scene, you give a few baht. You don't have to be. Even if you live there, I mean, 20 baht. How much is 20 baht? It's 50 pence. Or to the Americans, 60 cents. So I mean, if you're in there and you've had 2 or 3 beers, the waitress looked after you, and you get up and you take all them coins out, you could. Okay, there's an argument that I've heard that. Okay, if you live there and you do that 20 times, a month, it's a lot of money, but what is it? Is it £20? So you've tipped £20. But honestly, Ed, I'm embarrassed not to. I even tip in the UK. I tip in the UK.
The thing is, they depend. I always tip a live band. If I'm there to watch a good live band, I'll always give them 100 baht, which is about, what's about about £2.5 something like that. I mean, because the live band, I'm still not sure how much the live bands get paid by the bar, or whether you get paid, but a lot of them depend on tips. So I will give them. I don't really understand how somebody can go in there and enjoy the live band and get up and dance and whatever, and not give them a tip. But funnily enough, I always think this about younger crowds. I was in Soy 7. And Soy 7 was bloody good. When I was there in March, it had so many live bands. It was a really great atmosphere. And there was one bar where they had a live band on, and these young lads, about 10 of them, 10 young lads who looked like they were 20 to 25, only young lads. They belonged in Ibiza, and they come along and they said, "Come on, Oasis, we want Oasis songs." So the band played an Oasis song, and they requested another Oasis song, and they were cheering and dancing, having these young lads, great atmosphere and all. These young lads were too young to remember these songs when it came out and all that. But the young lads absolutely loved it. And then they went to walk away, and like the leader of the band said, "Thanks for the tip, boys. Thanks for the tip." You didn't even bloody tip, did you?
No. Oh, that's the way with youngsters. They go real budget. Let me just say thank you to Citizen Mikey there. He's dropped me £5 for some beers. Cheers, Mikey. Appreciate that. If you've just joined us, over 400 in the stream now. My guest tonight is Ed Sweeney, who's not just come back from Thailand, but recently come back. Been there for about 4 months. So let's get back into that again. Let's talk about that a little bit, Ed. So if and we haven't rehearsed these questions, have we? So everything I'm asking you now is the first time. So I'm going to ask you this. Let's see if you can answer this. If you had to tell everyone the highlight of the trip, so let's say your best experience of the whole 4 months and your worst experience. Let's start with the worst experience first. If you had a worst experience, what was the worst thing that happened to you while you were there over the 4 months? Maybe it could be like you say, you went to the hotel and it wasn't open, but that's not so bad. Does anything stick out in your mind as a bad experience that kind of not ruin your trip, but it's their sort of thing?
I can tell you something I didn't like.
Okay.
It was when the bars was closing at 9 o'clock at night. Yeah. And there was some, although I won't describe it, I'll just say, some lovely bar staff who were being a little bit cheeky and keeping the bar open over night time, dimming the lights, turning it. It was, keeping it. But the bar was on full show, and I was there with about 10 other people. The bars, the draconian rules had come in, and they were closing the bars at 9 o'clock at night. And me and a few, there was about 10 other people sitting around the bar in the dark, and having a sneaky beer. And it got up to, but I swear it was no more than 9:40 p.m. 40 minutes after the bars were supposed to close. And all of a sudden, in an absolute bloody flash, the Jeep came down, stopped with the red lights. They were out of the vehicle. They all ran into, they marched into the bar. Some, big uniformed officer appeared. They let us go, but the lady who run the bar got fined 40,000 baht, which is about £1,000, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, you can't help but feel sorry for them.
I felt, like the police let us customers go, but I felt really sly. I felt sorry for it, because £1,000, that's $40, that's a lot of money. We're all in the same boat.
And you got to think also, why is she taking the risk? She knows that there's going to be if she gets caught, so she must really need that money, right? So she's really taking a big risk, and to make a few extra baht. And like you said, I feel sorry for them as well. What about? Is there anything? I mean, of course, you had a good time. You had a lot of good nights. You met all the guys down there in Pattaya. We all watched the videos. You were with Nick Dean and all those guys, like I was when I was there. Trevor took me out every night, got me totally drunk. I had a good time, but. That's the obvious. Is there anything that sticks out in your mind when you come back? You thought, yeah, that was good. Really, that you haven't done before. It's really stuck out in your mind.
A lot of you talking about a Thai sandwich? No, we're not going. No. That's
the norm. That's the norm.
Okay, I couldn't resist it. Okay, it's island top. I went to some place that I'd never been before. Koh Tao. Koh Phangan, Koh Samui. Now, some of these islands are for younger people, but they're beautiful. Islands but it was good. It was a bit laborious at times, because after a while, I mean, who doesn't love tropical islands? And yet the fact is, when you go from one to another, they start looking the same. And I run out of ideas and a lot. But I think, in a smaller way, one of the surprise places I did enjoy the nights out best in Soi 7 in Bangkok, funnily enough, because everything had been so restricted before then. But I met CB Media. He goes there quite regularly.
Yeah, I see that.
And it was good. It was good to, even of a night time. I made a video. You have a good laugh with the street vendors and everything. I mean, the nights out in Soi 7, during the time I was there, they actually stand out as the best nights out that I had. Really, I did enjoy that. I mean, I don't forget when I first went to Bangkok many years ago. I didn't like it, and over the years, that place has grown and grown and grown and grown on me. And now I think it's an amazing city.
I love it. I'm heading out there this year to live full time, and I will definitely base myself in Bangkok, because the problem is living in a place like Pattaya or Phuket is nice, but you tend to be in a bubble. The capital city is Bangkok. Let me just take a minute out to say thank you to a couple of super chats there. I want to say hi to Angels Cabales, is it? Thank you for that. You do that quite regularly, and it is appreciated. And I want to say hi to Nooni as well. Question: what is your favorite Thai island? There's a question for you, Ed. What is your favorite? And thanks for the super chat, guys. What's your favorite island, Ed?
Well, of the ones that I went this time, the one that I know best is Koh Chang. And Koh Chang, it's a bit a bit laborious to get there. Really, it's not as close to Pattaya as what you think. It's a good few hours. But there's I was told when I decided to go there, when I decided to go there, don't bother, nothing's open, it's desolate. Well, maybe that, but bloody hell, Robinson Crusoe, there wasn't a great deal there when he went on an island, was it? I mean, it's part of the romance of being on an island. And I stayed in the one area, Kai Bay, for about 9 days, and I stayed in the Swedish hotel with these Swedish guys, and they were great. They still had the early closing times, but they were sort of, maybe staying on a little bit later inside the hotel, and it was good. It was good stuff. So I suppose Koh Chang. I do like Koh Chang. It's a good place. The other islands,
Koh Chang.
The other islands may be good. The other ones in the Gulf of Thailand, but it was my first visit, so I don't really feel I know them as well. But I'd say, Peter, at that moment in time, really, I did make a mistake. I should have gone to Koh Samet, because that's closer to Pattaya, and apparently that was rocking and rolling.
I've been to Koh Samet. Let me, sorry to cut in there, Ed. I'd like to say thank you to all the guys who super chat. A big enjoy, Adam Oldell, is it? Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So, very interesting, Ed. Right. let's. I want to talk about something completely different with you. Let me just. What does Mark say? Is the guest interested in astronomy? Yeah, that's your background. He is. He is. Right, Ed. Let's talk about. You've got a new channel. You've started a new channel, a nighttime channel, haven't you? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, it's called Steady Eddie Live, and I've actually had it for 2 years now, and that was actually the original title. So, but I couldn't decide what to do with it. It was obviously set up for live streams, but I thought I also had an idea that what I wouldn't mind doing. I like a lot of walking videos, and some people like walking videos. Strap a GoPro to your chest and walk a place. I started, a few places around Devon, and I've also done a few beaches and other stuff. Some people like that sort of stuff, but it didn't really. I had a couple of minor hits with it, but it didn't really take off. And I changed the name to Steady Eddie Walks, but then I quickly changed it back to Steady Eddie Live. And I thought, well, it got up to about 250 subscribers. I thought, well, it's obviously not doing its part, so it's going to be the live channel from now on. I'm going to try and develop it, so I changed it back to Steady Eddie Live, announced it on my main channel, and now it's got more than 1,000 subscribers. Yeah.
Oh, good.
So it will be. There may be other things, but it will be mainly for live streams, basically.
So, I mean, when I watched you talking about it, you were saying you're going to be like a kind of almost like a talk show, a late night talk show, right up to 4 o'clock in the morning. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, in England.
Jonathan Ross will be shitting himself.
Oh, he will. He's got competition.
He's got competition. Well, no, look. I mean, so. Obviously, I mean, to stay up all night, I'm not asking you personal questions here, but I'm guessing you're kind of retired now, semi-retired, because you can't stay up all night, then go out to work. How many nights a week are you planning to do this kind of, I'd have called it the Night Owl or something like that, but you've already got the channel, haven't you?
But it's the Night Owl in England, don't forget. In America, it's evening time, and Australia, that's around about midday, is daytime there, you see. So it's in its early stages now, but I've always been a bit of a night owl. I find that, and I have very, very erratic sleep patterns. I find it easier to be awake at nighttime than I do the daytime, funnily enough. I've always been like that. But the good thing about the way the channel is now is that I can just switch on the live streams through the night, and there's no pressure. The important thing about this, if you can have a look at the description, I wrote a description last night of this channel, Steady Eddie Live, and basically the main channel, Edward Sweeney, bloody awful name there, but that's the main channel that I have. That is a travel channel. That's a travel channel, and if I do a live stream, then people expect me to talk about travel, right? But sooner or later, if you just talk about travel all the time, it gets a bit boring. So I want to talk about other things. And that's the purpose of the other channel. We will be talking about other things, or other subjects. And I don't know if you've seen the live streams I know that you did, the live streams that I did regularly on a Wednesday night. They got some really good viewing things during those dark times.
Yeah,
but I talk about travel and what I knew about what we wanted to talk about the restrictions and I got really bored talking about that. I really did. But in the second half of the stream, I do things like Roger or Dodger, where I'd show pictures of lovely, glamorous women and ask the question, would you like to Roger? Now, some people liked that. Some people thought it was fun. And some people absolutely hated it. They thought, what the bloody hell this is we don't want this kind of stuff. Or I've done the overrated section.
Yeah.
You can't please everyone. Now, I've thought about that. And what I'm going to do on this new channel with the live streams, it's going to be a variety of things. And it does say so. It does say so in the description, right? We'll talk about travel and a variety of other subjects, anything that we're likely to find interesting. I put in block capitals on that description. I don't know if you can see it there. Please do not throw your rattle out at the pram and start getting abusive if you don't like what I'm talking about. I've actually put that there because there will be some people, and I had it in my stream the other night with somebody who did just that. What are you bloody talking about this? They want to talk travel, and nothing else but travel. I've made it clear for people in that description. We're going to be talking about other things. If they don't like it, don't get abusive. You don't like what I'm talking about, switch off and maybe come back another day if you want.
I agree with you. I'm exactly the same. I do a couple of competitions on here. One I've been running for a long time, which I got you involved the last time, is Spot the Ladyboy. Now, a lot of people like that competition. I had a couple of guys write to me and said, look, you know, I watch your channel, I listen to your stories, I like your streams, but isn't that a bit childish? And, you know, and I'm like, look, it lasts for 5 minutes. A lot of people like it. If you don't like it, go make a cup of tea, open a beer, come back, you know, but don't try and dictate what I should and shouldn't do on the channel, because you're not, you know, there was 500 people in the stream, you know, you're not the only person in there. But yeah, I get it all the time. You know, I had a guy today, he left me a comment. Oh, he was watching my stories. He said, it really irritates me how you say patia. Do the Thai say it like that? Which you obviously know they don't. You know, but it's just, I don't know. But I agree with you. You know, if you don't want to watch, I've got a simple answer now. When I used to try and explain to guys who complained, I'd try and give them sensible answers, but you can't win. And I say the same thing every time now. When somebody writes to me and says, I didn't like that story, it sounded like you made it up, or the ending wasn't very good, I say, if you're not entirely satisfied with the video, please contact my refunds department. And I never hear from them again. You know, that says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah. But like I said, just to put a point, I did put it. Some guy irritated me the other night because he didn't like what I was talking about. He started throwing his rattle out of his pram and getting quite abusive. You know, I've made it clear in the new channel we will be talking about other subjects, and the subject of travel is a great subject, and that's what I and you have built our channels on, Peter. But it is one subject, and if you may remember, about a year ago, I had to finish my Wednesday night live stream simply because I'd ran out of it. You know, I just got fed up talking about the same old, same old. What I've discovered with the new channel, we'll talk about travel for a bit, but then there could be new subscribers who will come in from outside of the box. And, you know, I jotted down a few things, and some of them the guys didn't like, and some of them went down. Well, one of the subjects I talked about the other night was, should Prince Charles be king? That, you know, one person didn't like that subject, and others had plenty to say about it. A subject I pulled out of the hat last night, funnily enough, which did get quite a response for the few people who were watching it, was I'm 60 years old now, and should a 60-year-old man start dressing like a 60-year-old man? In other words, you know, I should be wearing a suit and a shirt and a tie and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of people had opinions on that. You know, we'll touch on other subjects. Movies is a big subject with me. It is a big subject. And I know that there's a lot of movie fans out there. And it's something I'm quite knowledgeable about. So we'll do a fair bit of that on the new channel.
So give it a plug then. When is your next live stream, and what time will that be, so everyone can tune into it? So the new channel is called Steady Eddie Live. And when is your next planned stream for that channel?
Well, what day? It's not going to be tonight, because I'll be a bit tired tonight. But the good thing is I'm doing it on a more regular basis, simply because there's no pressure. You know, I've just got over 1,000 subscribers. There's not many people around the night. I am thinking of doing maybe a midday one as well. You know, why not, to see how that goes? I would imagine the next stream will probably be Monday night or thereabouts. But I might just appear before that. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow I'm having a big bash tomorrow, so I'll be too drunk by the end of tomorrow night to do anything. But maybe Sunday night, Monday early hours than Monday morning.
Well, I do streams on a Sunday night quite often, but not every Sunday. I'll just, every now and again, if it's a bank holiday or something, I'll come in with a stream. I normally do my stream at 9 p.m. as I do my Friday stream. So hopefully we won't clash, because what will happen is we'll end up diluting our viewers. But anyway, good luck with that. So we'll look forward to looking at more streams from that. Right, Ed, how is your radar? Talking of the Lady Boys, we had you on here before, and you did you didn't do too bad. I mean, back then there were 3 pictures. And I think you got 1 out of 3, didn't you? So you didn't walk out with
that's
your
me.
head hung low, as it were. Yeah. So how you've just come back from Pattaya, plenty of lady boys down there. So how's your radar? Are you good at spotting them or not?
I'm pretty. If I'm attentive enough, I'm pretty good at spotting them. Fully enough, there was one of them who appeared in my video, you know, filmed in Soy 7 in Bangkok, and you know, the lady would come from behind and started, like, you know, tickling my chin, and I didn't know it was a lady boy until I uploaded a video and somebody told me. someone had actually played pool with them.
Yeah, they're quite convincing. Right, well, let's give you a little test tonight. I've got something prepared here, as I always have on a Friday. So, guys, you can join in on this as always. So, let me just explain it again. If it's your first time here, maybe Ed hasn't watched this. We do it differently now. So, I'm going to put up 8 pictures. It's a card with 8 different faces on it. People told me last week it was too easy. So, I've made it difficult this week, guys. I've made it difficult. So what I'll do, I'll put it up. I've got some background music and I'll leave it there for a full minute so you can study each face. I don't want to know who the ladies are. There are 7 ladies and there is 1 lady boy. Just tell me the number of the lady boy, okay? Let me get the comments so I'll get them right down at the bottom. So what I'll do, I'll run it. I'll look at your answers. I'll see who's right, who's wrong. I'm not going to say who's wrong. I'm just going to read them out. When we've done that, I'll ask Ed. We'll see if he gets it or not. And then I'll do the same card with the answer on it. Okay? Are you ready, Ed? How do you think you're going to do on this?
I'm ready.
Are you feeling confident? Okay. Remember, there's 8 pictures. Only 1 is a ladyboy. Don't be. I'll just give you a little bit of a warning, guys. One of them looks like an obvious ladyboy, and it's not. Be careful. Okay. So, which one of these is the ladyboy? Right. Do you think? Don't tell me yet, Ed. We'll save it. But do you think you've got it?
Well, a guess, but yeah, but I think so. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. It's pretty difficult this week. So I'm not going to say who's right and wrong. I'm going to read out a load of answers. The last one, I'm going to ask you for your answer, Ed, which one you think it is. And then I'll run it again with the answer. And good luck to everybody. So Nino, 4. Do you believe it? 6. Simon Goodison, 4. Check bound, full screen mode. D-Rock, 79775. 5. Leeds, 4. A lot of people saying 4. Yusuf Mogamad, is it? Number 2. GBC Boer, 4. Udung Tony, 5. I'm glad you guys are not saying number 8 because that's the one I thought might trip you up. It isn't number 8. There's a clue there. I know when LVC says 5. Bang Bang says 4. Matthew Alcorn says 4. That's a MILF, actually. Number 4 is a MILF. Shane Old Traveller says 8. Shane, sling the towel, mate. You never get it, do you? Mike Sands, 4. Matthew Alcorn, 4. David Barrett, 6. Darren Howe, 4. I'm going to have to whiz through these. Freddie Matt, 8. No Logs, 2, 7. Qual Squad, is it? 4. Stephen X, 4X, 6. Nick T, 5. Adam, 4. Javier Lopez, 5. Whoever missed out. Nooney, number 2. Abraham, 4, 6. Go real fast now. No Name, 4. A lot of guys saying number 4. Charles, 5. McLaren, Clive, 4. Time Kiki, 6. Clive again, 4. Let me whiz through them. If I miss yours out, guys, don't get offended. I've just got so many here. Mark, I hope it's not number 8. I want to date with her. Mark, it isn't number 8, Mark. I put that in there and I thought, oh, they're going to automatically think it's her because there's a little bit of a look there, but it's not. Mark Saunders says 8. Wellesley Wolf says 5. Not many right answers tonight at all, guys. Not many right answers. Okay, I'm going to have to jump. Somebody's given 2 answers there. Udong Tony, don't bother reading answers. Yeah, you're a bundle of fun, aren't you? Raymond Lowther, 6. Mike, okay, Tom says 8. Mick Whitaker, 1. Okay, look, I'm going to have to jump. There's so many coming in now, guys. I'm going to have to give you the answers. Let me do a few more, and then we'll ask Ed which one he thinks it is. Angels Cabel's, 2. Dutch Frank, he's hedging his Ets. 4, but 7 has an apple. Bully Boy, 4. Dutch Frank says it's not 4. Okay. Jay Frost, 4. Everyone's saying 4 tonight. Mark P says 2. Stephen Johnson says 6. Right. Okay. Ed, I'm not going to run it for a minute. 5 seconds to give you a last view at it to get your final answer. You ready?
Yes.
I'm not going to give you the answer just yet. Here we go. Just 10 seconds. Okay, have you got it?
Well, I would have said 4. I know that's a bit predictable.
I can't remember 4. Everybody's saying 4. There is a couple of right answers out there. Yeah, number 4 is a bit of a MILF, isn't she? Right, are you ready? I'm going to put up the answers there. So, final answer. You can change it, Ed. It's not too late. I'll give you, I'll give you another chance. Are you sure it's 4?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but that's.
Well, let me give you another look. I'll give you one more chance. Okay, look, another look. I'm going to give you a clue because it's you, Ed. It's not number 4.
Okay, then in that case, number 5.
Okay, here we go. Answers. You ready, guys? So did that surprise you?
That one was kind of nondescript. It's not one that stood
I know.
out, really.
Well, if you'd have been here last week, it was a bit obvious, and I put it up, and a lot of people were actually disappointed. They said, oh, he's made it too easy. Let me just say hi to another super chat there. Anti-Venom, they're all dudes. Why do you think during the room games they ask for the lights off to hide the surgery? Yeah, they're not all dudes, but listen, thanks for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Right, what we'll do, and I've got another competition. I won't do it right now. We've been going for about an hour and 12. It's not going to be a long stream. When I asked Ed to do the stream, I sent him a. Let me just put Damon's message up there as well. I sent Ed a message on Messenger. I said, Ed, are you going to come on the stream? I finally got him on, and he said, please, no 4-hour streams, because the last time Ed and I did a stream, it did go on for just under 5 hours. I'm looking for your comment, Damon. I can't see it on that screen, but I can't highlight it. If it comes up, I'll put it up. Yeah. So no 5-hour streams. Right. Let me just get back into the chat a little bit and just see what everybody's saying. Okay. A lot of people. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. You know, when you see ladyboys in the flesh, it's totally different to pictures, and I purposely made it very, very difficult tonight. We got the Hooters competition coming up in a bit. We'll get Ed in on that one. You should get that one, Ed. Have you seen the Hooters competition before? Have you ever seen
No, I haven't actually. I haven't.
Okay, so what we do on that one, I've got it's the same format, but I've got Hooters girls from Indonesia, the Philippines, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and of course Thailand. And the format is exactly the same. All I want to know is a number with the Thai girls. So maybe you might find that a bit easier, but it is difficult because the Filipinos and the Indonesians look very, very similar. And being a cunning little fellow I am, then I always make it very, very difficult. Okay, let's get back into the comments here. Mark Front still wants to date 8. What a smile. Yeah, I thought that would catch people out, Mark number 8. Elfin's Balmy Armor, I got it. Yeah, well done. Martin Ryder, they all get it. All right, I think I know what you mean. Gemini Star, bloody hell, how obvious. Yeah, Mark P.I. still would, though. Yeah, let me put you up because you got it right. How do I pronounce that? Yusuf Mo Gamad. Mine was spot on. Yeah, I did notice there was only 2 people. I think 2 or 3 people got it right. You were one of them. So I think you're safe to go out on a drunken night out by yourself in Pattaya. Zumbi, yeah, hi. Clout Casino, all of them. No, only one. Chetban, final 7. You never get it either, Chetban. Gary B71, that's ridiculous. Christopher Boyle, bonus point if you can name the lady boy. Well, yeah, we used to do it the other way around. I used to put 7 lady boys and 1 lady. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. JB, number 2 is my kind of gentleman. How you good, sir? May I take your hat and give you a Rogering? Okay, a bit too much information there, JB. Tilt never would have got that. No, it was very, very difficult this week. Mark, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Straight in, get some beers with that. Support for the stream. And if you just joined us tonight, guys, we've got Ed Sweeney. I'm sure you all know him. He's got his own. If you haven't been, if you've been living on the moon, Ed Sweeney's channel, his regular channel is just called Edward Sweeney. He does a live stream. You do a live stream about 9 p.m. on a Wednesday normally. Oh, it's 10 o'clock actually, isn't
10
it?
o'clock. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on a Wednesday. And now you've got the new channel, which is called Steady Eddie Live.
Steady Eddie Live.
Which is an all-night affair, really, for the guys who are all over the world, basically, the night owls. So, Ed's my guest tonight. Right, and Nomad Overseas, you've been into, I see you in Ed's stream quite often. Laugh Out Loud, I know how at the mention of possible 5-hour stream, Ed immediately checks how much booze is left in the bottle. We will not be doing 5 hours tonight, guys. You know, I still think about that, Ed. How the hell did we go on for 4 hours, 45 minutes? You know, I think we were both drunk, but people seemed to like it, didn't they?
It was go with the flow. Go whatever feels good. You know, go with the flow, really.
Yeah. Right. Bazooki, is it? Peter, is Simon back in his resort or still in the UK? I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's still in the UK. He's not back in Thailand yet. I think he's planning to go back next year. High five. Many more dudes and older mongers realise, especially with surgeries. Talking to mongers, have you just come in? There you go, one for the dads there. Nice. Right. We've still got if you just joined us, we've still got the Ladyboy competition. I'll tell you what we'll do, so give you a chance to fill up a beer, Ed, or whatever you want to do. I found some funny this video is about a minute long. It's only about a minute, but I thought it was quite humorous, these pictures. I put them together with a bit of music. I'll put this on now. I'll give everyone a chance to fill up their glasses. And just a minute, see how humorous you might think these are. There you go. Something a little bit different there. Do you like them, Ed? Some funny signs there, wasn't there? Right. All right. So
there was a cobbler shop in Brighton once called Our Souls. Yeah, you know. Oh my God.
I like the church one, the glory hole. That was quite a good one. Right. So I'm trying to get through everything as quick as I can. I hope you're okay to hang around for a while, Ed. We're still I want to get you in on the Hooters competition. Let me just say thanks to a couple of guys here. Damon, 10:15. Peter, it's oldie time. Let's get it on. Yeah, thanks for that, Damon. Very kind as always. And one from D-Rock there, guys. 50 sec. Yeah, I've got to work that out later. I know 50 sec. It's check money, isn't it? Is it check? Yeah. Cheers, Peter and Ed. Great work. Okay, right. I'm trying to whiz through everything because we've been going an hour and 20 minutes. We've still got the Hooters competition. I I want to get Ed in on the Hooters competition. But before we do, it's time for Joke of the Week, guys. Joke of the Week. Okay, so as always, I've got one from a viewer and I've got the Joke of the Week from myself, okay? So let's do the Joke of the Week. This is from Ed Fortenberry, okay? Two men were sitting next to each other at a bar in New York City. After a while, one guy looks at the other and says, I can't help but think from listening to you that you're from Ireland. The other guy replies proudly, yes, I am. The first guy says, so am I. Whereabouts in Ireland are you from? The other guy says, I'm from Dublin. The first guy says, so am I. What street did you live on in Dublin? The other guy says, I lived on Maclary Street in the old central part of town. The first guy says, it's a small world. So did I. What school did you go to? The other guy answers, I went to St. Mary's, of course. The first guy gets really excited and says, and so did I. Tell me, what year did you graduate? The other guy answers, I graduated in 1964. The first guy says, the good Lord must be smiling down upon us. I can hardly believe our luck at winding up in the same bar tonight. Can you believe it? I graduated from St. Mary's in 1964 myself. Brian, the bartender, walks over to Vicky, shaking his head and mutters, it's going to be a long night tonight, Vicky. Vicky asks, why do you say that, Brian? Brian says, the Murphy twins are drunk tonight. Right, okay. That was from Foreignberry. Let me just get this one done, and then Joke of the Week is done, and we'll get back into the console and we'll talk to Ed about his trip again, and then we'll do the Hooters competition, right? So this is the Joke of the Week, okay? I'll whiz through this. 3 couples are trying to get married at the same church. There is a young couple, a middle-aged couple, and an elderly couple. The 3 couples meet with a priest and discuss when they can get married. If you wish to get married in my church, you must all go 1 month without making love, says the priest. 1 month later, the 3 couples return to the church and talk to the priest. He then asks the elderly couple, have you completed the month without lovemaking? Oh, yes, we have. It was easy, replies the elderly couple. How about you? He asked the middle-aged couple. It was hard, but we didn't make love for the whole month, they responded. And how about you two? He asked the young couple. No, we couldn't do it, responds the boyfriend. Tell me why, says the priest. Well, my girlfriend had a can of baked beans in her hand. She accidentally dropped them. She bent over to pick them up, and that's when it happened. The priest tells them, you're not welcome in my church. We're not welcome in the supermarket either, says the boyfriend. Okay, they can't all be gut busters. Some are better than others. That second one wasn't the best joke in the world.
I liked it. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I actually replaced that with another one. I do that every weekend. Somebody sends me jokes and I read them out, and then I do a joke of the week. It just sometimes the conversation gets very, very, not so much now, but like you said, you know, when you're talking about the Thailand pass and people are saying, when do you think we can go back? It's not, like I say, not too much now, but I've watched your stream when it's the same questions. When do you think we can go back? When, how many injections do you need? You know, and it did get to the point. It's just too much after a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Gemini Star, you've got to take your hat off to Peter. All right, thank you. I'll send you the checks in the post tomorrow. Right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's do the Hooters competition now, because we've been going for nearly an hour and a half. We'll do the Hooters competition. We'll finish off with Ed with a few questions, few comments, and then I think we've had a good stream then, guys. So let me explain this. So we'll do exactly the same as we did. I'll show you the picture where the Hooters girls from around Southeast Asia mainly. I'm looking for the Thai girls, okay? You need to tell me the number of which ones you think is the Thai girls. I'll come into you guys' comments, see who you think it is. Before I announce it, I'll ask Ed who he thinks it is. Hopefully he'll do better than he did on the Ladyboy competition, but that was difficult. Okay, are you ready for this, Ed?
Okay, ready.
Right. 2 weeks ago, I put up the answers before the actual question. I messed it up totally, so I'm really careful now. Right, guys, which one of these numbers, which picture is from Thailand? Okay, do you think you've got it, Ed? Don't tell me the answer yet.
It's only a guess, but I don't think I've got it, but I think I can guess anyway.
Okay, one of the pictures has tripped up quite a few people, as I thought it were. So let me whiz through what people are saying, then I'll ask you, Ed, and then I'll put the answers up, and we'll see how many people got it right. Okay, so we'll start with Biggers Dickers. I think he was in your stream last week.
Great name, great name.
Great name, isn't it? I said that as well. Biggers Dickers. Yeah, you can actually, it's visual, isn't it? You can see what the guy's wearing almost. Right, you say number 5. Dutch Frank says 4. Mohammed Nasiri, is it 5? James Casey 7. Sean McGoldrick 4. Shane O'Traver says 5. Lex 503. Geezers 4. Marky Mark 7. Clive Allen 5. Dave Stewart 5. Adam Oldie 7. Deep the Trucker says 5. Lee says 7. Sean Lester 3. Mark, I would date. You are thinking about dates, Mark, all the time. It's good competition. Right. Patrick Riley 8. Sean, these are the I thought I was reading out the Ladyboy ones for a minute there. These are the Hooters ones. Right. Nino says 7. Mike H 8. Carlito 3. Raymond Lowe the 3. Deep the Trucker says 5 because of the balloon chasers. Yeah, maybe not. McLaren F1 race 4. Charles Saunders 3. Alperet Jim, is it? I said that wrong. 6. Clive 4 again. Nooney 7. Citizen Mikey 6. Gaza 62 6. And Nomad Overseas says 4. Ron Loftus 2. Walk ATM 8. Checkbound says 7. Yeah, Mark says he's a sucker for a nice girl. Yeah. Redfield says 4. Tilt 4. Zombie 2. Gemini Star 6. We're getting nearly there, guys. Ty Billy Boy 6. That's a name and a half. Silver Fox 4. Bully Boy 4. And I think we're almost there. Right. Okay, guys. I think you got tripped up there. 1 or 2 guys did get it right, but not many. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna run the answer, and then I'm gonna ask Ed first of all. You'll know. Oh, no, actually, I nearly put the answer out before I asked you, Ed. God, I nearly did it again. Right. Let me just show you very quickly, Ed. 10 seconds, and then you tell me which one is the Thai girls. Are you ready? This is just for you, Ed. Okay. Let me make sure I get the right one. Right, I'm not taking any more answers from you guys. This is just for Ed now. Okay. Answer. Well, which bunch of girls do you think is a Thai there? What number, Ed?
I would say I'm tempted to say 5, simply because they're so good looking, and I'm not sure other countries have such good looking Hooters girls. Thailand, the girl's absolutely beautiful in there. So I'll say 5.
Okay, a lot of guys got tripped up on number 4, and I can understand why. I can see why, but I think you're going to be surprised here, guys. Here we go. I mean, you only had to really choose from 7 because obviously number 8 is definitely not Thai. That was a filler. I actually ran out of pictures, so I just had to put her in there. But not to worry, Ed. It's really difficult. It's easy for me because I know who the answers are, but it is difficult. It's very difficult.
But one thing about those Hooters girls, and I don't go in there because it's too expensive, but they are beautiful girls. And I mean, if I didn't pick 5, I would have picked 7. I would have picked 7. So.
Yeah, you know what you're just saying about Hooters, it is expensive, but I actually mentioned this in my stream last week. I do go to Hooters. I don't spend the whole night in there, but I tell you what I like about it is you're going around the bars and you get people, what's your name, where you come from, and all that, and yeah, that's okay. But what I like is at the end of the night, when I'm nearly finished, just before I go to the hotel, I'll go into Hooters. It's 199 baht for a pint of ice cold beer, which, yes, it's expensive. That's like a $5, but nobody bothers you. there's a lot of nice scenery around, and I can go on the I look at the comments. I'm always on my comments, and that's why I like it. But you're right, it is expensive, but you get what you pay for. Okay, where are we now? Let's see. Let's get into the comments here. Have you got any questions for Ed? I mean, we've been going for about an hour and a half now, not too much longer now, guys. But if you want to ask Ed anything, if there's anything you want to ask him, now is the time. We've just about done everything. Let's have a look. Okay, people still commenting on the Hooters there. Yeah, Gary says maybe a trip to Indonesia is on the cards then. But what you have to remember, Gary, B71. Okay, Bali is slightly different, but Jakarta, I worked in a place called East Yogyakarta. It's mainly a Muslim country, 99%. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, if you want to go on holiday there, then, it's just something you need. Not being derogatory to Muslim, it's something you need to take into consideration, all right? Next, thick eyebrows makeup. Number 4, girls' eyes are too big to be Thai. And number 8, actually, it's not all right. Not only her eyes were big, but as I say, that was just a filler. Right. You pay for the eye candy in Hooters. They are, like Ed said, they're very, very nice girls. And I think it's written into their contract that they're not allowed to actually go off with customers. Right. Any questions coming in for Ed here? Right. There's wonderful to have Ed on the stream, Peter. Where does he want to go next? So there you go. There's a sensible question for you, Ed. Where do you want to go next?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, the continent with the best weather during the months of July, August, September is Europe, and I like Europe. I love the Greek islands last year. I know you may think it's not typical of my stuff, but I wouldn't mind another visit to another Greek island simply because it's such a beautiful environment.
Yeah.
Also, I'm maybe one of those Eastern European countries that I haven't been to yet. If you go to Corfu, you can get a boat across to Albania, and the word is that's an up and coming place there, and also Montenegro, maybe the other side, Romania. It's quite possible. It's quite possible.
You are very much more adventurous than me. I tend to be a Thailand only man these days. I base myself in Bangkok, and I'll go to Hua Hin and Pattaya and all the rest of it. But you did spur me on a little bit. I've never been to Greece, and you did that video where all the restaurants were right. It was like a crest, seafront, and you had all those restaurants along the edge. It looked really, really nice. But what struck me about the place when you were there, it kind of looked like it would be a real nice place to go with a partner rather than by yourself. It didn't look on your own. I mean, okay, you looked like you were having fun, but it looked like a nice place to go with a girlfriend, for instance.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know if you ever watched Gabriel Traveller. He's got he just travels and travels, alone, and he backpacks, and he's not that young anymore. He's not that much younger than we are, Peter. But I do believe that Greece is his favourite country. He seems to have done there an awful lot.
I think if I was staying with my wife and I was looking for a destination to go to in Europe, I think 100% Greece would be on the cards. Right, here's a quick question for you. This is from Checkbound. I'll put it up on the screen. You can read it yourself, Ed. Anything going on there?
I'm disciplined. Weight loss is all about educating your stomach. Not to overeat or whatever. I'm getting it. It's slow, but I probably lost a pound, a couple of pounds since I came back 10 days ago. I need to build on it now. It's all about willpower and educating your stomach, really, not to eat when you're not really hungry. Instead of eating a whopping big meal, do I really need that? So I'm getting there anyway. It's a start anyway.
What's this now? Henrik says, hereafter, come back a joke. What did the Thailand Bouncer subscribers say to his friend when they arrived to Pattaya? Let's get straight into the first one. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, another super chat there. That's from John Paul, PLN. I don't know what currency that is. Do you know what that is, PLN? Are you still planning to retire soon, Ed? Moving to Thailand. Love your poem, Cambodia Girl. I preferred Shit Street myself, but a true artist you are. Yeah, well, there you go. Look, you answer that, Ed. I've just got to go and water the daffodils real quick.
Okay, I plan on retiring too. It's a massive subject, that retiring. Is retiring really as good as it sounds? And right now, I mean, retiring in Thailand, is it really as good as it sounds? Because don't forget, I mean, retiring means that you pick one place and stay there for the rest of your life. I mean, that's what it means, really, isn't it? I mean, I'm still not prepared, even at my age, 60, I'm not really prepared to do that because I like traveling to other countries. So it's not really. I can't see it happening soon. I was thinking about it, but I don't know. I mean, I kind of like the idea of being here, and I like half the year of being dull and sitting in front of the TV watching YouTube videos and Netflix, and the other half being an adventure. So I don't think I can see myself retiring in Thailand just yet. I really don't.
Let me ask you a question. You know, in the it was almost the winter of discontent for us, wasn't it? That we couldn't go to Thailand. We were talking about,
yeah, absolutely.
You know, the Thailand pass, and it was miserable. Was it? It was grim live streams from Steady Eddie and Peter of Thailand Band. But you know, it's different when you live. I've lived a lot of years in Thailand, and when you live there and you've got your apartment, you've got your routine, you go to the gym, you've got certain nights you go out, you've got your friend groups out there. When you're living there for 4 months out of a suitcase, it's not the same. And as much as in all those live streams, when you were like, God, I can't wait to get back to Thailand. I mean, honestly, when you got back, is it good to be back?
It is. It's good. The right word. It's real. It's good because I am not in a hotel. I'm at home now. I'm not in a hotel. I don't have to think to myself, I've got to be out of here in a couple of days. And I don't have to think, well, I've got to be up early tomorrow morning to get out of here and get that bus there, for the place that's 200 miles away, or get that flight. I don't have to try. I don't have to do anything. I mean, I just have to stay here, and I can sleep whenever I want, and I can, make videos whenever I want. I've been watching a lot of YouTube, a lot of vloggers in places like Bulgaria and Benidorm and all kinds of other stuff to see what the other guys are doing.
Sorry to cut in, because on that comment you just said, because I don't want to forget what you just said. Do you ever watch the guy who does the live, the videos from Russia? He's an English guy, speaks Russian. I think he's called the Bald Traveler or something.
The Bald and Bankrupt.
That's it. Do you watch him? He's quite good.
I do watch him, sporadically. I go through phases when I watch him. His presentation is magnificent. He is like he should have his own TV show. He is really professional. He's totally confident, and he's got an amazing charisma about him. I do get bored when he's going to all those Soviet places time and again. Some of them look quite depressing. I think he's brilliant, but I don't know if it's like the places that he goes to. I think it'd be better if he went to other places in other parts of the world, really. But yeah, I do watch him. He's got a huge channel. But I can't watch another video where he's, this is a disused Soviet, mine. I can't watch another video about that.
I quite like them ones, actually, to be honest with you. I mean, everybody has different choices, but I quite like them. But I'm like you, I watch them sporadically. People say to me, "Oh, did you the Thai vloggers that were in Pattaya?" And a lot of them. I'm like you. From time to time, I'll catch a streamer. I'll catch this. But let me ask you a question. I don't know if you can answer this honestly, because I'm going to surprise you in a minute with my answer. But when you started your YouTube channel, was there anybody that you looked at on YouTube that inspired you? Did you watch anyone in particular and thought, yeah, this guy, I could get my, it inspired you to do your own YouTube channel?
Well, I for the first year, my plan was to do, write poems and make videos out of them. So, but even though I traveled for years, I mean, it's bizarre. So we all do bizarre things. We all do bizarre things. But years ago, the only Thai YouTube vlogger that I watched was Jeff Carter. I didn't watch anyone else. In fact, he goes back. He was one of the originals. In fact, he may have even been the original. And I didn't watch anyone else, really, any other Thai vlogger. I wasn't even aware of any other Thai vloggers. And I think the idea of him pointing the camera on himself and walking around the streets of Soi Buakhao, and he went to Vietnam and Cambodia and other places. I looked at that and I thought, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I somehow thought that's beyond me. That I'm not quite sure I could do that.
I'll tell you who. Jeff Carter. I've watched. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a regular watcher of his videos, but I have watched this. I think he was in the Philippines for a while. I'll just answer this one from Marky Mud. He said, Ed, other than Thailand Bound, well, you've answered it already. Really, what other YouTube channels do you watch? You've kind of answered that.
Not well. I mean, Jeff Carter's a bit dormant at the moment. I think he's dormant, but I always like Cheap Charlie's videos, and I do watch Nick Dean a lot. And I'm not just saying that because he was very hospitable, but I think I watch NDTVI a lot. He's a great filmmaker. He's really professional what he does. I do watch Nick a lot. NDTVI.
Right. Without sort of naming, I'm not asking you to name a channel because we've all got them, but is there any channels, especially based in Thailand, that you just don't like for whatever reason? You don't like the guy or you don't like the channel?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, me too, but we can't really...
You didn't
it's a shame we can't really... Right, look,
yeah.
I've just got to mention Damon, look, because he's a star in the night there. Look at that, look. Damon, half for you and Ed, a drink for you both in those horrid times, but you both have helped me through it. You both have become brothers to me. I thank you both. Stay lucky. Regards, Damon. So I don't know. Do you know Damon, Ed? He's a
I know of him. And by this is your channel, so that's your super.
No, that's fine. So I've become very close friends with Damon.
Thanks anyway, Damon. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in your stream a lot. Now I've become friends with Damon. Damon is a viewer like everybody else. We got chatting on one of the social media apps, and either I called him or he called me one day, and we've had a lot of phone calls and we've become friends. I've never met him, but he comes in the stream and he's very generous, but I know he goes into your stream as well. So when I am eventually in Thailand and I meet you, Ed, I'm probably going to have to buy you a dinner for that amount, not a beer. Otherwise, I'll be shortchanging you. So thanks, Damon, for that.
Okay, cheers, Damon.
Right, now you might not believe this, Ed. I'm going to tell you something that's going to shock you now, or it might shock you, but I've never told you this before, but this is absolutely true. You are the guy who inspired me to make my YouTube channel. Do you know that?
Well, now that you've told me, because you were commenting on my videos quite regularly, in the olden days. Yeah, so I'd take that as a compliment. Thanks for that. Anyway,
well, I'll tell you what it was. It was before the Grim Reaper hit everything, and I've been the first time I went to Thailand. It was 1991. I often, for a joke, I won't do it now, but for a joke, I've got my old passport here, and I often show people the stamp in here from 1991. I won't try and find it now, but what I will show you, which is comical, this is kind of what I looked like in 1991 when I first stepped off the plane into Thailand. That was me the first time I entered Thailand.
Barely recognizable.
I know. Well, I was 31, but I that was in the
very
days.
Distinguished looking.
Well, I was in the hotel trade. I spent a lot of time in the hotel industry. And in those days, I really did get the hello, handsome man. Now it's hello, handsome papa. But no, I'll tell you what it was, Ed. I've been traveling to Thailand for a long time, and I was in Hua Hin. And I don't know why I used to watch a lot of your videos, and you were doing travel before the pandemic. All your videos were kind of travel videos. You were going through Thailand, you were going to Cambodia, Siem Reap, all those sort of places. And I watched it. And I didn't think, right, I'll make a YouTube channel and I'll copy this guy. I just thought, well, he's an old guy like I am. He's doing what I'm doing. He's making videos. People seem to like it. I'll have a go and see if people like what I'm doing. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. But you know yourself, Ed, there's not many channels I watch regularly. And you know that I used to watch your streams regular. I'd be in every single stream. And I'll be banging out the comments, So
Peter, let me just dive in. I mean, your channel you found your own little niche, and there's probably a lot of people who would envy yourself, and you're absolutely doing brilliant. I met a guy, I can't remember his name might have been Peter in Bangkok, and I did message you about this. He was an American fellow. He said, I like a lot of this, the channels, but the one that I never ever miss is Peter Thailand Bound. I never miss an episode.
Sure, that was my brother.
Yeah, no, he loved your channel, and I told him I'll pass that message on to Peter.
Yeah, I remember you saying, and I can't deny it. It does kind of make you, when you get a compliment, because Who's that? Jeff Naruto. I'm watching your chat from Papua New Guinea. Oh, nice to have you in the stream. Welcome. Haven't had you in before. Now I forgot what we were talking about. Terrible, getting old. Yeah, no, the thing is, Ed, we get, yourself from having a YouTube channel, you get a lot of, you put a lot of effort into it. You try to make it good, but you get people out there for whatever reason, they just want to put you down and they send you messages that, they make you, they don't anymore for me. I'm like, but in the early days, I used to get upset with these messages. And when you get somebody out of the blue says, I really like what you do, or I watch you religiously, or I like your style, it does make you feel good. I mean, you must be the same position,
can I ask you, Peter, when you were out in Thailand, I know before, it's just kind of unknown territory, people are going to recognize you, and how are you going to react to it? I mean, how did you feel when you got recognized out in Thailand?
I'm glad you asked me that. Because I was watching one of your streams before I went out. But before I answer, let me just say thank you to Marky Mark again, because he did this at the beginning of the stream. He says, Pete, keep the stream going. Not too much longer, Mark, because, Ed, I've got to get up early to take my daughter to work. I don't want to keep Ed too long. But we'll keep it going for a few more, 10 more minutes now, and we'll keep it going because we've done the competitions. Keep you guys in there. But we'll just have a little chat now, but not too late tonight, guys, because, I don't want to water down what we've done tonight, as it were. I remember... when I started my YouTube channel in Hua Hin, when I left Thailand in 2019, I had 57 subscribers. That's the last time I was in Thailand. And I built up my channel in the UK. I put in a lot of work. You can see from the live stream, I put a lot of preparation into it to try and make it nice so people enjoy it. And the channel's built up in numbers. But I'd never been back to Thailand. And I'll be honest with you, I remember watching one of your streams and you were talking about how guys come up to you and I know you were in Pattaya. That's right. I was watching a video. You were in Pattaya or Pattaya, however you want to say it. And you said, "Oh yeah, I met this guy," or "Oh, it was those two guys." And you said, "Oh, I met these two guys." And you were like, "Where are you two guys from?" And I remember watching that video, and I thought to myself, "I've never had that." All the time I've been in this channel, I've never had anybody come up to me. I've had one person where I live in this town recognize me, and that's Franco, because he lives here. He's a guy who does a moderating for me, and. And I was actually really worried about it. I was nervous about it because I do get a bit nervous. I'm not, I know I've got a YouTube channel, but I do get a bit shy. And in answer to your question, I will get there eventually. In answer to your question, it was great because people were really, really nice. No one came up to me. People said to me before I went out there, you better be careful because all the bar girls have got your picture behind the bar. They're throwing darts at it because you're letting out all their secrets and all this. But no, I mean, I got recognized the most in Pattaya and in Bangkok. It was in Stumble. If I went into Stumble, but I'd be walking down Sukhumvit and people would stop me and say, "You're Peter Thailand bound," and they were really nice, really nice. So it was nice, because of course people have got the advantage on us because they know what we look like, but we don't know what our viewers look like.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'd say what I equate it with working with the public. About 98% of them are as good as gold. There's always going to be a couple of idiots. So I have encountered a couple of idiots along the way. But honestly, the 98% of the people, when I pass bars and people call me in, or I may be in a bar and people call to me, or even in a hotel, I might be having me breakfast in a hotel, and someone recognized, and the people were absolutely fantastic. They were absolutely fantastic. When they say keep up the good work, I mean, it makes you feel good. It makes all the hard work that you put in
definitely
was worthwhile.
Yeah,
I mean, there's always going to be a couple of idiots. I mean, I met a couple of one guy got shirty because he wasn't particularly a likable guy. He's a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He was going on about my channel, about what he liked and what he didn't like, and then he said to me, he says, all of a sudden he pulled out a pen and paper. He said, "Give me your email. I'll write your phone number down there." I said, "Why?" I mean, he comments on my channel, but he's what it is. He then started to tell me about his business, and he's got a business going, and he wants me to promote his business on my channel. I think, "You cheeky bugger, and I don't know you anything." And he wasn't a particularly nice chappy either. I owe him. So there's always going to be a couple of people like that. There's always, I've met a couple of creepy. Honestly, it really, really is like working with the public. 98% of them are as good as gold. There's only a couple of them that that let you down, really. So
Ed, let me tell you this true story. I was going to ask you if you had a bad experience meeting anybody. Now, I had an experience. This is true. I've told this story on my stream a couple of times, so I'm sure most of the guys in here have heard it, but I'm going to tell it again because you probably haven't heard it. And this is a true story that happened to me in Pattaya when I was there in December and January, just gone. And you won't believe this. This really happened, okay? So I had a guy who he watches all my videos, all my streams, a great fan and everything. And he knew I was in Pattaya. And he started, he got my email address. Was it my email address? Somehow he was I can't remember, Messenger or something, but he got hold of me. And I was out on a little moat, you know, the Honda Click. I'd rented a Honda Click. I went up to the, you know, the Pattaya sign in red, the big one up on the hill. I went up there, did the tourist bit, filmed it. Here I am, guy, you know. And he kept texting me. And he was like, oh, you're in Pattaya. I really like your channel. I've watched you from day one. Come and meet me. I'll buy you lunch. He kept saying, I'll buy you lunch, please. And he resorted to saying, please come and meet me. And he was like, I'm in Soy Bacau now. You know, I'll wait for you. Come here. And he kept on and on and on. In the end, I wanted to go over to Jump Team Beach. And in the end, I thought, well, look, you know, you've got a YouTube channel. Here's a viewer. He's over the road. He wants to meet you. Don't be a snob. Go meet him. Now, I didn't go because he said he'd buy me dinner, but he kept saying, I'll buy you lunch. I'll buy you lunch, right? So I thought, all right. So I contacted him. I said, right, where exactly are you? And he told me he was round from Weatherspoons there. It was about 12:30. I said, all right, I'm up by the Big Buddha. I'll be there in sort of 20 minutes. He told me what shirt he was wearing, where he'll be. I rode up and down the street before I found him. Went in, had dinner. What do you want to eat? I think I had a burger and chips, 180 baht, right? Not the end of the world. Got talking to him and everything. Spent about half an hour with him. No issues. Anyway, comes to the end. The check comes. The guy opens his wallet. He puts 100 baht on the table. And he says, that's towards your lunch from me. And I thought, that's towards my lunch from me? You know, I mean, I can pay for my own lunch, but you said I'll buy you lunch. Now, for me, if I was sat with you and I said I'll buy you lunch, check comes to the table. Give me the check. How much is it? Oh, 500. There you go. Keep 100 for yourself, whatever. There's 100. Do you know what I did? I said, you're all right, mate. I'll pay for my own lunch. He picked it up immediately. I said that, put it in his wallet. I went out of there. I didn't turn around. I mean, unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, some people. I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, that's an. I mean, most people actually. Yeah, you're always going to get somebody like that. I mean, another one that I didn't like. One of the first people who recognized. I actually, you know, met up with another YouTube vlogger on Soy Bacau in a couple of bars. It was nice to meet him, and he was accompanied by this guy from, you know, one of those northern England places, you know, and he said, and this guy, he'd seen all of my videos. I mean, I wasn't with him. I was there to meet this YouTuber. This guy who he was with, this subscriber of his, had also watched all of my YouTube videos. Yeah, he watched it and he could pick out details about my videos. Yeah, and he didn't like me. He watched all of my videos, but he didn't like me as a person. He didn't like where I come from, the way I talk, whatever. And he just come across as a real bloody chip on his shoulder. And you know, he just come across as a bit of a chip. And at one moment, he said to me, he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, you know that review that you did of the beer garden? Yes, the beer garden in Pattaya. You did the review there, and you had a mixed grill." And I think it was, what was it? I don't know, whatever it was, 500 baht, something like that. I don't know what, I can't remember what it was. But let's say it was 500 baht, or it might have 400, something like that, okay? He said, and in your review, you said it was great. And I went in there, and I had the same meal. And it was rubbish. I didn't like it. So you owe me 500 baht.
You're joking.
I said, sorry, mate, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you. You didn't pay to watch that. He says, yeah, but I went in there and you said it was good and it wasn't good. I didn't like it. So you owe me you just bloody piss off, mate. What's your problem, mate? Get a life. Get a life.
I know. Yeah, there's some funny people about. Right. We've been going for 1 hour 55. I'll do this quick just to break it up a little bit and we'll have another 5 minutes and then I think we're going to be calling it a night. Let's do this one quick.
Dick Charles, easy assembly, Dick Charles. Get John easy assembly, Dick Charles.
Easy assembly, who's he kidding?
I did it.
You would.
Oh. Now you told it.
Now, sir, that'll be 6.5p plus WAT.
What's WAT?
Well, and jump.
Ready to castle, Captain, sir?
Where you come?
Why there, good?
2 stone, 6 pound.
Correct.
Captain, sir, I'm breaking out the tea bags, sir. Stow 'em if they're not PG tips.
The wind's coming up.
Captain Hampstead, duck.
Duck, the seagulls. Oh!
You will observe the exquisite bone structure.
Is that thing safe?
Madam, that thing has been standing for centuries.
So's this tea by taste of it.
Tea? Come in here, I'll be nummy. Come this about. I've got the PG tips in here.
Oh, the quality.
Terrific.
Yeah, I've got a bone to pick with you lot.
Do you remember them the first time round, Ed?
Absolutely. I mean, whose voice do you recognise there, Peter?
The last one, it's Kenneth Williams, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's Kenneth Williams, definitely.
Yeah, they're a little bit corny now, but you know, they wouldn't be allowed to do that now, and because it'd be classed as cruelty to animals, but they weren't actually cruel. There's actually a documentary on YouTube about how they trained those monkeys. And it was all done in a tasteful way, you know, with treats, and you know, they didn't get beaten with sticks because animals won't react to that, you know. And it's a shame the way the world's going now, isn't it? Everything's politically correct.
Absolutely. I mean, what a lot of people need to realize, though, I mean, some people see those things and think, you know, I'd love to have a chimpanzee as a pet. They are highly, highly dangerous animals, extremely dangerous. I mean, you know, it's said that a fully grown male chimpanzee can actually have the strength of 5 men. Really, and they're extremely dangerous. I was watching a documentary recently about it, and oh, God almighty.
You know, and last week I had a video. It's a shame I've deleted it because that actually happened. There was a guy on a beach in Phuket. There was a load of monkeys everywhere, but he wound one of them up. I don't know, he was teasing with some nuts or something, and the monkey attacked him. And he did some aggressive movement to the monkey, and all his mates, all the monkey friends came in and sort of surrounded him and started. He was in shorts. He was getting scratched to bits. But I had that on the show last week. Unfortunately, I've deleted it now. But yeah, I mean, even, you know, talking about political correctness. How old are you, Eddie? Are you younger than me?
I turned 60 the other day. I turned 60.
Well, congratulations! I'm 62, so we're nearly the same age. But do you remember some of the TV shows that there's no way they could show them now? Do you remember Mind Your Language?
I do remember that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the language school with all the foreign, and there was the Love Thy Neighbor. Do you remember that one?
That one, that really, really would stir up the controversy nowadays. Absolutely.
Yeah, you just couldn't. You couldn't. Let me just say hi to a couple of people I haven't said hi to, have come in late, who are regulars. Let me say hi to Nick Franco. Chimpanzees go for the crutch when they attack. Well, I had them kind of attack me in Hua Hin, but it wasn't. They were after my nuts, believe it or not, but not my personal nuts, my tub of nuts. I was mugged, basically. Paulie Buffalo, 555. Patricia Hayes is in there as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Is she? Patricia Hayes, right. Okay.
She, her most famous role, they used to make some great BBC plays. Edna, the Inebriated Woman. That was an award-winning.
I don't remember it.
Today, Patricia Hayes.
Yeah. But yeah, it's you couldn't show anything like that now. So I think we're almost there. We're just coming up for 2 hours, 1 hour 59. Let me keep it going for 1 more minute. So we get the 2 hour clip on there. Right, Mickey P, thanks for that. Coming in real late there. I appreciate that. Super sticker. Yeah, very kind of you. And it looks like you're into your scooters there. That looks like a Lambretta GS200 to me. Yeah, or it could be the 150, of course, but very nice. Right, Cats and Good Coffee. He's in your stream quite often. Ed looks like Carl Sagan with that background. Well, that's your regular background. What was the background you had before that one?
The palm trees.
Oh, do you know what?
I like this one better.
But you know, I said I started off after watching you, and I actually, when I watched your background, I thought I must get one of them, and I've actually got one of them. And then I learned to do all this stuff behind me now. I spend hours on it because I'm retired almost now, and I watch a lot of YouTube videos how to do things. But thanks, Mickey. That's really kind of you. Did I put that up already? Cats and Good Coffee. He's in your stream. Eddie looks like... Yeah, we did that one. We'll do a couple more, then we'll call it a day, guys. Seamus Doherty in late. Keep going, guys. Don't stop. We got to stop, guys. The last time Ed and Sweeney and me did a video, it went on for 4 hours, 45 minutes. We had a good time, but there's no way. I've got to get up in the morning. Let's just see what else everybody's saying. Paulie Buffalo 550. Thankfully, South Park is still offering everyone regular. Yeah. Dutch Farang. Peter also has palm trees. Okay. What else? Right. I think we're almost there, Eddie. It's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. Look, Ed, thanks for coming on. I've been trying to get you on for ages since the last time. You're very
great being on, Peter. Great being on.
Hard to get on. And just as a plug again, before you go, so if you don't know Ed, everyone knows you probably, but if you don't, Ed Sweeney is the name of the channel. Ed Sweeney's new channel is called Steady Eddie. Is it Steady Eddie Live?
Steady Eddie Live.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you'll see me in there on the live if you're going till 4 a.m, but I'll certainly watch the reruns. When I walk, I have a dog, Benji the Beagle, and I listen to a lot of the streams when I'm out in the morning. I'm not watching, I'm listening, but I'll certainly listen to them. Ed's background always reminds me of Heaven's Gate cult. I'll be worried if Ed has a purple blanket and white Nikes. You don't take that down at the end of the night, do you, and like put it on your bed? It's not your bedspread, is it?
No, I just leave it. It's a nice background. I mean, it's because I like doing the streams at night, and it's a night scene, and
of course,
it makes me feel like, and I'm not comparing myself to. It makes me feel a bit like Patrick Moore. I'm not comparing myself, but it just makes me feel that way.
This will surprise you. I was a very big fan of Patrick Moore, and when I think of Patrick Moore, it reminds me of when I was a young boy. The Sky at Night was his program. It was always on very late. He had the spectacle. I forget what you call them. You know, the single lens monocle. Do you remember? He was good. Right, Damon. You guys need to do a once a month live stream together. It's tip top. I think once a month probably people would get bored of us. Maybe Ed will invite me on his stream one day.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Right. I'm not gonna pester you, Ed. I shall wait for the dance card to come through my front door letterbox. Right, Cats and Good Coffee again. Heaven's Gate. By the way, Heaven's Gate is still up with the 90s, looking at everything. Do you have an all-time favorite film, Ed? Is there any one? I mean, I've got a top 10, but I've got one that's really my ultimate favorite. Have you got one that stands out above the rest?
I'd have to say that I also have a top 10. It's changeable, but there will be 60s and 70s movies. I mean, the three movies which would always be my favorites would be the Fistful of Dollars trilogy. They are the only movie where the sequels were better than the original, and they would always be there. The problem with my favorite movies, I've seen them so many times over and over again. And I like the Godfather movies and some of the great 70s classics. Clint Eastwood. Are you
into? Yeah, I got a slightly different. I'll tell you a couple of mine now. I like the old 60s kitchen. They call them kitchen sink movies. Yeah. All in black and white. Now, believe it or not, one of my favorite movies is a movie called Saturday Night, Sunday Morning with Albert Finney.
Yeah.
There's another one with Hayley Mills called Whistle Down the Wind, where a bunch of kids find an escaped prisoner in a barn and they think he's Jesus because he's got a beard. Do you remember that one? Now, I'm a big fan of those Sunday afternoon movies, I call them. But getting away from them, for me, my number one of all time. Let's do the top three then for me. So, Goodfellas, classic, absolute classic.
Film, yeah, wonderful.
Number two would probably be, I like the old gangster movies, so something like maybe Casino, anything Robert De Niro.
Wonderful, amazing.
Brilliant actor, everything he does. But I have to say, if someone had to say to me, pluck your number one all time, I must have watched it 10 times, it's got to be, drum roll, The Shawshank Redemption. That really touches a chord with me.
I've seen that once, and I thought it was a really, really good film. But I'm not a fan of prison dramas. I've never got round to seeing it again, but I know it was a good film because I have seen it. But it's probably enough when you talk about prison dramas, an amazing amount of people pick out that movie, The Green Mile.
I didn't like that.
There's so many people who pick out that movie as one of the best ones ever.
I think for me, The Shawshank Redemption. I'm not into prison movies per se, But what it was for me, it was the relationship that was formed between Morgan Freeman and is it Tim Collins, the guy who played the main? It was a relationship that, you know, from the beginning when he first met him in the yard, he looked at him kind of like, you know, I think he said something like a light breeze would blow him down, and they became almost like brothers towards the end. And them sort of movies get to me. You know, I can relate to those sort of films.
Did you ever see the, you know, it's not to ever say the Ruby Wax interview with Fergie, the Duchess of York? I mean, at the end, Fergie, you know, she's a bit, you know, she's a bit self-righteous. She thinks too much of herself. And it relates to Prince Andrew, and the way Ruby Wax took the mickey out of her. At the end of the interview, the Duchess of York, Fergie, said, you know, it reminds me of that film, The Shawshank Redemption, when I think of Andrew. At the end of the day, I just miss my friend. You know, that's what you said. And Ruby Wax, you know, took the mickey. Said, oh my God, she thinks she's bloody Morgan Freeman now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good. Their movies are coming up now. Papillon, did you enjoy that movie? Was that something you were?
Dustin Hoffman and Steve McQueen, but that's another prison drama. I did with a prison drama. There's very, very few prison dramas that I would watch a second time. I seem to recall that's quite a good film, but it's not really a genre that I like very much.
What about the old kind of Vietnam War movies like Sean said, Apocalypse Now with Marlon Brando, where he's
absolutely wonderful. I mean, really, you need to see that in a big screen. I don't think that's a film that's you know, the Vietnam War ended really in 1975, and then a few years later, a glut of movies came out, and a few Vietnam War films came out. But people were saying you know, we're waiting for Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now, and I think in a way it was a teensy-weensy bit disappointed. It didn't quite live up to it for me. But Taxi Driver is definitely one of the greatest films ever.
What about look, one of your fans there, look, the fake Ed Sweeney, and he's not taking the mickey. He is a fan of yours. He calls himself the fake. But what about Cool Hand Luke? Do you remember that one?
I don't
very,
like
very good movie.
That's a rarity. I'll tell you why. That's a rarity. That is a prison drama that I will watch many times. It was wonderful, absolutely amazing.
What is the line that the governor boss always comes out with? And they shot him in the end because
I'll tell you, Stroder Martin. Now, what we got here is a failure to communicate.
That's it. And then they shot him. Yeah. That was it.
Yeah.
What else we got? Carlito's Way. That was another good one. They're coming out now. Scott Javier says we're going to cut this soon because this is not going to be a 4-hour stream. I promise you guys. Right? We'll give it a couple more minutes on the movies, and then we're going to call it. You know, we're going to pull the plug on my head. Right? Javier Lopez says Scarface and Carlito's Way. Well, I really like. Oh God, I forgot his name. What's his name? Al Pacino.
Al Pacino, wonderful.
Yeah. Did you ever watch him in the 70s film where he was a policeman? What was it called now?
Serpico.
Yeah. Did you ever watch?
He made some wonderful movies. I must admit, I mean, Al Pacino is a wonderful, accomplished actor. I always think that he is at his best when there's a comic element to it. And the scenes in Scarface when there's a comedy, he gets drunk and someone's pulling him out of the restaurant. And he says, you know, the problem with you is that you need a bad guy. You need people like me because you need to point the finger and say, there's the bad guy. I mean, De Niro is wonderful. Sorry, Al Pacino, wonderful.
Yeah. I like the line in Scarface. Where at the end, where he said, "Say hello to my little friend," and he's got the pump-action shotgun. But let me just say, Stephen's a very generous man. He always super chats me. Midnight Express, one of the best that's a bit depressing, but it is a very, very good movie. And of course, it is based on a true story, and there is interviews on YouTube. I forget the name of the guy.
Billy Hayes, yeah.
You got it. Billy Hayes, that's it. The Godfather, says Shane O'Trevor. I never got into The Godfather. They weren't really... I couldn't really get, but I tell you what, I really, really got into. Did you ever watch The Sopranos?
I watched some of it. I got like a limited box set with not all of the episodes. Fascinating. Yeah. So, I mean, it's very watchable. You can really fall into it very, very easy. And of course, the acting is the acting and the production is absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
I'll tell you what movie what I was very disappointed with was the 3-hour movie, The Irishman by Martin Scorsese.
Oh, absolutely. I thought that was disappointing as well.
I mean, he did Goodfellas, and when I seen that the actors who were in that movie and the fact that he was a director, I thought this is going to be another. I thought it was going to be another Goodfellas, and it was watchable, but it was a letdown, to be honest with you. Did you watch it?
I watched it, and I think a lot of people were disappointed in that. It didn't live up to expectations, really. When you consider the pedigree of it, Robert De Niro and Scorsese. I mean, it didn't really live up to it.
Yeah. Jamie's saying here, has anyone seen the movie Sweeney Thailand Bound, a 5-hour marathon? Brilliant, available free on YouTube. Well, it won't be a 5-hour marathon tonight, that's for sure. But a lot of people say we're doing well together on the stream, Ed, so that's good. Here's a guy who writes to me sometimes, Scapaci. Christ, what does that word say?
Scintillating stream.
Scintillating stream. Okay, thank you for that. Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, that was. I couldn't take that one seriously. Well, when they do the singing, when he's doing the singing and all that.
Yeah. I liked it, and I like Pulp Fiction, but I think Tarantino went downhill after that.
Debbie Does Dallas, classic. That's actually Debbie Does Dallas is actually it's actually classed as a classic cult movie now. I don't know if you know that. Okay. So I mean that's pretty much it. I think we've done quite okay tonight. Trainspotting, that was another great one. I was just about to knock it on the head there, and someone comes in with Trainspotting, brilliant movie. There's a TV program at the moment called Banished. I don't know if you caught it, and it's about it's based on the convicts that got sent to Australia, and it's about it's based on how they started when they sent them over there. They had nothing, hardly any supplies. And it's just what I was going to say about that program. The guy who plays a priest is one of the main characters from Trainspotting. He plays it quite well. Jacob's Ladder says Cats and Dogs. Yeah, now this is one of my favorites from Clive. He says Leaving Las Vegas. Did you ever watch that with Nicolas Cage where he was?
I did watch it.
Basically.
Yeah, he's a superb actor, absolutely superb actor. I think he lacks it in the charisma department. He is not the most charismatic actor. I think he's got one of those faces you either like him or don't like him. But he is a very, very talented actor. Excellent.
Yeah. And that was such a human story, wasn't it? He was an alcoholic. He went there to die. I forget the name of the lady. She's got kind of a Chinese. She's married to an Asian man. She's got an Asian name. She played the hooker. But, she fell in love with a guy who was a victim to himself. And again, it was one of those humans. I relate to movies with a human story in it, like the Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman and Tim Collins. And again, with these two characters in that movie, I mean, I get completely wrapped up in a movie like that. Who else we got? The Hangover. Yeah, that was a comedy. That was it. You got it. The good Elizabeth Shue. Oh, hang on, where is it? I can't find it now, but thanks for that. It was Elizabeth. That's it. There we are. Look, do you know her, Ed?
Elizabeth Shue.
She played the hooker in Leaving Las Vegas.
I seem to recall her. I've heard that name. None of the actors are familiar with, but I have seen that film. What
about this is almost like your new stream, isn't it? You're going to do a stream. So guys, if you're enjoying this, check out Steady Eddie's live stream, because this is the sort of thing that's going to be going on. We're not talking travel at all. We're winding this down now. It's 2 hours, 40 minutes. We really are going to wind it down now. But I keep saying there's a couple more minutes. Just get some more of these movies out. Midnight Express, Gemini Star. We already mentioned that. Elizabeth Shue says Chet Band played the hooker. Yes, correct. Blow, Damon. That you reminded me of that. Have you watched that Blow with
I haven't
based
seen
on a
it,
true
no.
story? Excellent movie.
Is it Netflix or something like that?
Is it what?
Netflix or Amazon?
It's on Netflix, and if you haven't watched it, Ed, watch it. It's a brilliant movie based on a real character. He was a drug dealer of the 70s, but big time. He ended. Well, I won't tell you the ending. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Mark Hughes says, "Good work tonight, lads. Well done." Well, thank you. Right. Dutch Frank says 4 hours later. Peter still mentioned it's going to end soon. No, it really is. It really is.
Okay, Peter. 1 minute. I can't resist temptation anyway. I'm going to open a bottle. It was my birthday the other day, and somebody bought me a bottle of something. So I'm gonna open it. Okay, can't resist it.
Yeah, but you'll be all right. I'm going to go and get another beer then.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. It's nothing.
Let's see how long we can keep him here, guys.
Oh,
He
bloody
said to
hell.
me,
Oh, Jesus! I think it's a cork. Apparently it's a cork opening, and my bloody corkscrew isn't working too. Oh, it's too much.
I've just thought of another one because we disappeared and there's nothing there. Silence of the Lambs. That was another good one.
It's a good movie, but it hasn't aged very well. That one. It's a very good movie. That's what's a great movie, but I don't think it stood the test of time. So this is what I need. And apparently it's a bloody. You need a corkscrew to open it.
Well, I've got this, but I didn't drink it because if I drink this, we'll never get away from this stream, Ed. Look,
I've got this.
I've got this. Look, let's set a time that you're happy with because you said to me, the first thing you said, Peter, no 4-hour stream. And I said, absolutely, I've got to get up in the morning. We've been going for 2 hours, 17 minutes now. You've just gone and got the brandy. I've got the whiskey. I've got nothing to drink it out of, though. What do you reckon? 10 minutes?
Another 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes.
Right. Let me get a glass. Just read some of them comments or something.
Okay. I'll read these comments. Where are we up to? It didn't squeak. What's the hell? Stephen Ford actually, he's lost a corkscrew. I've got the corkscrew, but I haven't used it for a long time. And it doesn't work very well. Let's see. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, Bangkok Dangerous with Nick Cage. Good movie. I've seen that quite a few times. Good movie. Wolf of Wall Street. Leonardo going down the steps to the Lambo camp. That's a bloody good movie. That excellent. Mark Saunders. Steady Eddie is half cut. Only good cats and coffee. Thanks. Geezers, you guys love your drinks. I'll stick to tea. No, not this time of night, mate. Not this time of night.
You know what? The thing is, Ed, when I do a stream, you know yourself, when you do a stream by yourself, you want it to go well. For me, there's a lot of planning because I find it very difficult to sit in front of a camera for an hour. I do an hour and a half now. I used to do 2 hours. I put out a poll and I said, look, do you want me to carry on every week or every 2 weeks or once a month? And people said, do it every week, but maybe cut it down. So I do an hour and a half now, and I find it very difficult to just sit and talk to a camera. So I do all these competitions and stuff. But, you know, I really like it when I've got a guest like yourself in because it just makes it so much easier when you can bounce off somebody. I don't know how you feel about that.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I was distracted there. I was looking at the chat. What was that again?
You forgot. Right. Okay. Let's. I forget. I'm thinking I'm watching you. I forgot. It's mine. I forgot what I'm doing. Right. Nomad Overseas. Ed, if you have a normal tin opener, you can use side of it to push the cork into the bottle. Not speaking from personal experience.
I've just opened it now.
Right. Well, if you're doing that, we said 10 minutes. I'll do one of these. Only one. I haven't done this on the stream before. Look.
I'll tell you what. Give me a minute to relieve myself.
I did that earlier. All right. Let me just get this up from John Paul there. Thank you, John. That's the second one. I appreciate that. Let's see how long we can keep him going. He said to me at the beginning of the stream, well, he sent me a message, said, Peter, no 4-hour stream. He said it was too long last time. Let's see how long we can keep him here. Right. Just keep putting messages. Don't go. See if we can keep him here. Right. Alex, there's a new one there. Hi from Vancouver, Canada. Thanks for great videos you put out, Peter. Keep up the good work. Yeah, thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. Damon, that's twice now, mate. That's very generous of you. Just drink it out the bottle, guys. Forget the corkscrews. I agree with you. I wish we could do this once a month, but I don't think Ed's up to it, to be honest with you. Not once a month, but they do seem to go down well with people. Okay. Gary B 71. This is entertaining. Gold. Thank you, guys. It was exactly the same when me and Ed did one together last time. It went on so long. We both got quite drunk, but people seem to enjoy it. But cheers, guys. Look at this. Look. Cool. Blimey. Right, okay. Have I got something I'll put on? Fine, I've got to get rid of that comment first, haven't I? I put that on about 5 times tonight. Are you back? Oh, he's gone to bed. Right, okay, let's get things.
No, I'm back.
Are you back? Right, David Heinsberg, is it? Lookalike Russell. Braveheart with Mel Gibson is great. That was a good movie, yeah. Jailhouse, yeah. I admire Elvis Presley. He is a real icon of the 20th century, but I found his films a little bit corny. I hope there's no Elvis fans that are going to come back and slate me, but I admire him, I respect him, but his movies weren't really for me.
Elvis hated his own movies. He did nothing but complain about them. He didn't like his own movies.
What Elvis didn't like his own movies?
Elvis, yeah.
No,
there is a life story of him. I think it's made by John Carpenter. I think he's played by Kurt Russell in the movie, and a lot of emphasis is on Elvis's complaints that he was given so many crap movies. He didn't like the movies he was in. But I'm going to open this now, Peter. Okay, the big moment.
Go for it, mate. Come on. I wish I had a drum roll here. I haven't got a drum roll. Go on, go for it.
Somebody bought me this because I haven't had Hennessy for quite a while. But here we go. Anyway,
where did you get that from?
Somebody bought me it for my birthday.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Here we go. Top quality stuff. You don't often see
this live on a Friday night. Cheers. It's Absolute, but it's not vodka. It's whiskey. Cheers.
Hennessy.
Tesco's finest. Special reserve. Right.
Hennessy.
Okay. Right. Mark Saunders. Mark Saunders says, good stream. Keep it up. Can't wait to get back to Thailand in mid-June. Let's just talk about you a little bit, Ed, because we've gone off track a little bit. So, okay, so you were out there for 4. I'm going to try and be sensible again now. So you were out there for 4 months. You had an extremely good time. You're back. You're glad to be back. Realistically, when do you think you'll be back in Thailand?
Well, the end of this year. I think the peak season begins, doesn't it? Mid-November. I mean, Peter, a big issue, and I've mentioned this. I know that now that the rules are relaxing, and in the next month or so, maybe they could even be totally relaxed in Thailand, which is great news. But do you really believe there's going to be a peak season in the middle of the low season? People are going to rush out to Thailand again. I don't. I think most people will wait until the proper peak season begins, which is the end of this year. I can't see hordes of people going out there in June, July, August. Not really.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. And the only reason I'm going out in July is because I'm going through some difficulties with my marriage at the moment, and we need space. And the only way I can get space is to kind of, move away. We're not fighting. There's no anger, there's no issues like that. But my wife and myself are 33 years. We need some space now, and I need to get out of the picture, as it were, for a while. And I think Thailand will be a good break. But it's very, very hot in July, as you know, Ed, July, August. Yeah. And it's a rainy season. And the thing is about the monsoon season, around July, it doesn't last for very long, but it's sporadic. You can't say, well, it happens every day this time. When you get to October, the rains are quite predictable, but they go on for longer. But in July, you could have it at 9 a.m. for 5 minutes and 6 p.m. for half an hour. But no, I agree with you. I don't think hordes of people are going to go out in July. But something very interesting I read out last week, since they dropped the test and go, tourist numbers are up by 63% apparently from the 1st of the month, from the 1st of May. Let me just, I've got a little news article here. That's, no, I haven't got it this week. That was from last week. No, I haven't got it. But no, I think maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't think, like you say, I agree with you. But the thing is, because people haven't been able to get back to Thailand for 2 years, guys who are single, who have been bored, they've got a lot of money saved up, some people, because they haven't been able to go. They're going to want to get over there. And I think they're not going to worry about high and low season.
Yeah. Well, if I hope that I'm wrong, and I would wish it the best, and I hope that they do go out there. I think it'll be a normal low season like in the olden days. But if more people, I do hear of more people going out there having flights booked for June and July and whatever. But I hope I'm wrong. I wish Thailand the best of luck and all. I met some great people out there, and I wish them the best of luck. I hope that I'm wrong, but I still think that the real influx will be, at the end of this year. And let's hope that all this anti-virus, it's all a thing of the past.
I honestly think it's behind us now, Ed. I mean, it's been going on for 2 years. People are absolutely sick to the teeth of it. Even Thailand now, they're under a lot of pressure. Businesses, the tourism industry, they're all putting pressure on the government and saying, look, enough is enough now. Everywhere else is opening up. All our neighbors are opening up. And I honestly think one of the favorite sayings that you like to come out with is, we're not out of the woods yet. I honestly feel like we're on the edge. We can see the field outside the woods. We're not quite out, but we are very close.
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, don't forget, Peter. I mean, around about December last year, we thought we were out of the woods then. We thought it was all coming to the end now, and then all of a sudden, this Omicron onion variant. I remember, on the TV news. I remember a deadly new strain has been found in South Africa. It hasn't got a name yet. And then we found two things. It's not as deadly as what they thought, but they called it and everyone's getting it. And things went backwards. So it could happen again. Let's just hope that let's hope it is a thing of the past. Anyway, we can only hope. Really, we really hope.
Anyway, away from the exciting subject of the coronavirus, I say it now. I used to be like you. I'd say the antivirus and all that, but I think everybody just talks about it now. I don't think YouTube are bothered anymore. Back on the movies there, Get Carter. Do you remember that with Michael Caine?
Oh, one of the best films ever. One of the best films ever.
Did you watch? I like the black and white kind of what they call kitchen sink dramas. I like a lot of the 60s movies, and Michael Caine is one of my favorite I was going to say adverts. There's whiskey there. Yeah. One of my favorite actors. Did you ever watch a movie called the Ipcris Files?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right. So my follow-on question to that is: did you watch the remake of it that was out every Sunday night recently? Very good.
No, was that a TV series or? No, I missed that. I think, but he was amazingly, absolutely amazingly charismatic actor, amazing charisma, and he was perfect for those. What was his name? Harry Palmer.
Yeah, they were Cold War films, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's an age thing, but I like that. I just find now, I probably sound like an old man, but the movies now, they're very pretentious, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them. Yeah. And I find back then in the 60s and the 70s, they were low budget. They had to make the best of what they had to get. And a lot of movies would be filmed in just maybe a room in a street. There was no big budgets. And movies like, for instance, again, Saturday Night, Sunday Morning with Albert Finney, superb. No other word for it. Absolutely superb.
Absolutely amazing.
Right. Let's see what you guys are saying. Pick the sensible ones out now, because you got to be careful. The later you go on in the stream, you know what it's like, Ed. Right. The fake Ed Sweeney again. Hey, Peter, did you enjoy Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? I did. Yeah. Some acting in that old black and white flick. Some of the old American black and white films are very good. None come to mind at the moment, but I'm just trying to think. Cape Fear, that wasn't black and white. They had two versions. That Robert De Niro was in one of them. I preferred the first one. Talking of those old movies, I don't want to take the mick, Ed, but when you checked into that Swan Inn hotel, no, I'm not. Should I say it? Yeah, I'll say it. When you checked into that Swan Inn hotel, the first thing that came to mind was the Bates Motel. You know, honestly, and what made me laugh, you know, when I seen that threadbare chair, you know, and I thought, Jesus Christ, there's something going to come out of that in the night and attack him. What made me laugh was how you actually tried to paint a nice picture of you tried to kind of rescue it in the end. You said, but the bed's very big and comfortable. And I thought,
yeah, absolutely.
You convinced me. You know, you're in the hotel.
I stayed there by accident, as you know, it wasn't planned, but I got lazy and I thought, oh, what the hell? Just
hey, we've all done it. We've all done it, Ed. We've all done it. But that, you know, that place sticks out. So somebody give me a super chat there again. Keep the live stream going, boys. We all love it. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'll put my hand on my heart. I promise you this. I'm sure sometime I will meet Ed in Thailand. I don't know where, don't know when, but I promise you guys, I shall take him for dinner. Because a lot of the chats that are coming tonight, you said buy Ed a drink or whatever. So if I meet Ed, and I will one day, it could be a year, it could be 6 months, I will take him for dinner, and I won't take him for noodles on the street, Kalpak Guy at 40 baht, right? I'll take him to a decent restaurant, and when we're eating, we'll think of you guys, all right? So you've got to hold me to that, Ed.
Can I just say, Peter, this is bloody good. Oh, gorgeous, lovely.
You know what used to make me laugh was your what used to make me laugh is when you used to bring the food out on your live streams and you'd say, and tonight we have the oldie pork pie, 2p, and you get 10 of them. Yeah. Very nice.
Can I just tell you a little story about that, Peter? Right, I reviewed a Co-op deluxe pizza. A deluxe, £5.60 something. And I do a £1 Co-op pizza is quite nice, really. A deluxe pizza, you expect it to be something special. And for the £5.62 that I pay for it, I ate it. I told people I'm going to eat this pizza. It's in the oven. I'm going to get it. And it was rubbish. It was absolutely rubbish. And the following week, I held it up, and the writing, you know, the public place, the deluxe pizza, you know, beautiful deluxe pizza, melts in you, and all this kind of stuff. And basically, I slagged it down big time. For the £5, it was nothing special. It was crap. I've had a £1 pizza that is better. And I spoke my mind about the Co-op deluxe pizza. And a week ago, it got back to them. It got whoever maybe wrote those words. It got back to them, and I got a really nasty comment from somebody a couple of weeks later. I was involved in that packaging, and you know
I remember that stream.
I was involved in that, and you know, and he said nasty, you bloody monger, you bloody Thailand monger. He said, and they got, because don't forget. Just of all your fans, of all the people who watch your stream and my stream and everyone, there's got to be someone who works in the Co-op.
Yeah,
and then
of course, yeah.
Pass the info on to someone else, and it will eventually get back to them. But I'll speak my mind.
I actually watched that stream. I remember you watching it, and believe it or not, it's amazing, really. If you said to somebody, like, if there was no live streams ever invented, there was no internet, and you said to somebody, right, here's an idea. How would this go down? Right, some guy, he drinks a couple of beers, then he goes out and he doesn't tell you what food he's going to bring in. Would that be interesting? And most people say, no, not really. But actually, you actually had quite a following that. So the squeaky door would go, and people would be like, what's he bringing out tonight? It was almost you know.
Yeah. Well, we can work on that. On the news, you've got to keep reinventing reinventing yourself. Keep moving on, because people, if it's the same old thing, people will eventually get. Can I just mention something? You mentioned vloggers or what? He's not a Thailand vlogger, but have you heard of the Mac Master? Have you heard of him?
No, I haven't heard of him. No.
He does. He was. Well, he started off in America. He's a British guy from Nottingham. He started off doing American videos, where but they didn't take off. But he really took off a couple of years ago during the pandemic when he was doing Tenerife. And he brought a ray of sunshine, and he is such a personality. He really has got a real command and very, very impressive photography skills. And I do watch him a lot, but he's discovered that what he does is what he about 90% of the stuff is food reviews, basically, because that's what people are interested in. And he's extreme. He'll do like a 20 odd minute video about a hot dog, a place where he's going to get a hot dog. But what he does something that you couldn't get away with in Thailand, whether he's in America or Britain. If he doesn't like a place, he will slag it down. But he will say that is absolute garbage. That is rubbish. That is total rubbish. You couldn't do that in Thailand, Peter.
No, it's illegal. It's called defamation. It's actually illegal.
Defamation.
There was a guy. I'm sure you've heard this story. There was a guy. He was a vlogger, an influencer, or whatever you want to call him, and he took his own bottle of booze into a hotel, and they said, "Well, you can drink it, but there's a corkage charge of 500 baht or whatever it is," which is normal because my background is hotels. And he was like, "Don't you know who I am? I'm this guy. And he wrote all these nasty reviews, but he kept doing it. Eventually, he was arrested, and he had to make a public apology. Did you hear about that story?
Oh, I know about that. I do know about that. He could have been in very, very serious. So, someone else who he looked like he was going to end up with. He's a vlogger who owns a couple of condos in John TM. His name's Thailand something or other. Yeah, I won't mention him. But his most popular viral video is one where he's got a hidden camera and he's going to massage girls saying, "Do you do boom boom? Do you do boom boom? How much?" And it's got a couple of million videos, and he's got. I like him, but he loved pointing his camera at massage girls, and he wasn't subtle. They do boom boom, they do all this kind of stuff, and some of the stuff I didn't really approve of.
Is he the guy? He the guy who got attacked on a street in Soi? I can't remember the Soi, but it was in Thailand. He pointed his camera into. I don't want to mention his name, but he pointed.
I think you mean Chuck Wow, the guy who got attacked on Walking Street. I think you're talking about him. No one's ever heard of him.
No, this guy. No. This guy. Don't mention his name if you know him, because I don't want to advertise anybody actually. But he was walking in one of the Sois in. I don't know exactly where it was. It wasn't Walking Street, but he pointed his camera in a bar. The bar owner came out and they had a fight in the road.
I know him. No, it's not him. He's a recent vlogger. Vlogger. The one I'm talking about, he pointed his camera. He loved pointing his camera at massage parlors, but he slipped up. He pointed his camera at a massage parlor and said, "They do boom boom. They do boom boom." And this massage parlor was run by a lady who employed 40-year-old women, and it was a legitimate massage parlor. And she reported him to the police. And he ended up, they were looking for him, for defamation, because he's saying these were respectable women, and he's saying they do boom boom, and he's had to change his channel name now, and his channel name is really not getting very many views. I liked him; I thought he was really good, but he pushed his. You've got to be respectful of people. You have to be respectful of people.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something in a minute after I read out this comment, but I've kept this up here. I was saying to you earlier, do you know Damien? Do you remember a long time ago when you used to come out with your food? You used to say, "And tonight," and then you take a pork pie and you say, and you make all the noises. Do you remember I sent you a video of somebody who did a takeoff of you? Do you remember that? I do recall that. And he said, "And tonight we have the pork pie," and he took a bite. Oh my God! And he did this takeoff, and I sent it. It was Damien who actually did it.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I do remember that. A lot of nice stuff. I like it.
So you know what he looks like now. So when you see him in Pattaya, you can get your revenge, can't you?
Absolutely.
Right. Right. Let's see where we are now. I was going to tell you something else now. I forgot what it is. My memory's terrible, Ed. I forget. Are you all right for a minute, or you do want to run off? I mean,
I'm okay.
No, I'm aware of it because I know you didn't want to stay.
Tennessee is beautiful. Tennessee is beautiful.
I mean, I know you didn't. I never, ever, Ed, I never go this long, and I don't want to bore people in the stream. But you know, when I get you on here, we seem to sort of hit it off, talk about the right things. If guys, how many we got in now? 270. But I guess a lot of guys have got to go to sleep. I do remember the last one we did. Trevor from Buzzing Patia, he watched us at the beginning, went to bed, woke up in the morning, come on his computer again. He said, you two guys are still at it? There's no way I'm going on for like, we'll keep maybe 5 minutes, right?
Peter, can I just tell you a movie story? Right?
Go on.
A couple of the best friends in Hollywood, Kirk Douglas and Burt Lancaster. They were the best of friends. They made a number of movies together, but they were the best of friends. And they made a movie together. And they had their separate trailers. Yeah, they had their separate trailers. And the director of that movie, I can't remember who it was, but he was a guy who was very, very talented, but he didn't have any personality. He didn't know what friendship was all about. You know, he wasn't good in the social skills. And Kirk Douglas told this story. Kirk Douglas went to Burt Lancaster's trailer in the evening time, and they were drinking all night. And then the director got up in the morning and noticed the trailer. Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas are still talking to each other. They're still having that. They're still drinking into the early hours of the morning. And the director said to Kirk Douglas, "You know, what is it? You were talking in that trailer, talking so many hours, and you just talked hours into the morning. What is it that you find to talk about for so many hours?" And Kirk Douglas replied, "Well, you got to understand, when you're with friends, conversation is endless." You know, and this director, he didn't understand that because he didn't have any social skills, you see. But that's a movie story. Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas were the best they made. They even made I can't remember the name of it, Old Rascals or something, when they were in their old age. So there's a movie story for you. Wonderful actors, Burt Lancaster, Kirk Douglas.
I'll tell you another actor who I used to hate.
I'm Spartacus.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I'll tell you another actor who I really didn't like in his 70s movies. I always thought he was very. Let me just get rid of his. Hang on 1 second. Right, okay. I'll tell you another actor who I never liked him. I always found him very, very corny, and I didn't really take to him. But what turned me around was one of his latter movies, and he actually didn't like the movie he made. And I'll tell you who it was. It was Burt Reynolds. He used to do all these 70s movies, and I found them very corny. I never liked him. And if I seen a movie and it was Burt Reynolds, I was like, well, it's going to be rubbish. He actually had a starring role in a movie in the 90s called Boogie Nights, which was loosely based on the story of John Holmes, a porno star. And he actually regretted doing that movie, and he didn't like it, but he won an Oscar for it. I believe he won an Oscar or something. But he actually went on record as saying he regretted doing it, or he didn't like doing that movie, and that should have been in my top 3 because I absolutely loved that movie. I thought it was a brilliant movie.
Good movie.
And the guy who plays Dirk Diggler, I think his name was is it Mark?
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, he started off. He used to call himself Marky Mark. He was a rapper.
Yeah, that's right.
In the 90s. Very, very good actor. Very good. I mean, if I see him in an actor, I'll watch it. He was in a recent movie called The Gambler. But that, again, the movie Boogie Nights with Dirk Diggler, the character, again, that was a people movie, which I really get drawn into those movies. And one of the scenes that sticks out in my mind in that movie, if any of the guys here have seen that, is when Roller Girl and I can't remember the name of Burt Reynolds. It wasn't his wife, but she went to court to try and get her children back, and they were like, "But you're a pornographer." And what's her name? Redhead lady, great actor, been in a lot of movies. But again, another people movie was when they were in the bedroom, they were high on drugs, and she was saying, "Can I call you mum? Yeah, call me mum. Let's go for a walk in the garden. I'm happy here." And it was another kind of people thing, you know. I mean, you know, it just draws you in.
Yeah. Oh, it's a fascinating movie because it was based on true life, and a lot of those people, you know, did leave. You know, I mean, you think they may live the most glamorous lives in the world, but they all shot each other, and and John Holmes died of AIDS when AIDS was I like people movies as well. I'll tell you another type of movie which I do find really good if it's done well. I do love a good biopic, a really good biopic. I mean, I love the Bohemian Rhapsody. which I thought was a very, very good biopic of Queen and Freddie. Even though I couldn't really accept the actor.
Movie.
I thought he was miscast personally. You know, he's Freddie Mercury wasn't a little skinny fella. He was a big man. But I also liked the Elton John biopic. I thought that was very, very good. And you know, one that I would love to see. I would absolutely love to see a biopic of David Bowie, because I think he had an amazing, and he was an amazing talent, and yet no one's made that movie yet. You know, I'm hoping.
Well, you know, he was bisexual, don't you?
David Bowie?
Yeah. And one of his one of my favorite series that was on TV was called it was about a guy who got knocked over in a road accident, and then he woke up in the 70s. Do you remember that? I forget what it was called.
Was it Life on Mars?
That's it, and it was followed by Ashes or something. But Life on Mars, fantastic movie, and David Bowie, Life on Mars, his theme that was the theme song for that particular series. Absolutely brilliant.
It's one of the things you say he was bisexual. I mean the thing is, he admitted it, and he was brave enough to admit it when it was a time when it wasn't cool to do that. Years later, he married a woman and tried to put all up. And funnily enough, he admitted it then. And what we didn't know at the time, that people like Elton John and Freddie, they were full blown. They were full. Fully blown, and yet they weren't admitting it. But it's. But David Bowie, amazing talent. Right. Kind of artistic courage.
Now that is a question I didn't think we'd get on the stream tonight. Scapaci says, "Who was John Holmes?" Do you want to answer that,
Ed? He was the man with the biggest plonk. Oh God Almighty! He had an enormous manhood. He was a blue movie star, or they called them porn in those days. But he was the most prolific porn actor. He was known for having a whopping elephant trunk, and but he wasn't the most pleasant cat. He was one of those. I tell you what, those actors, those porn actors, you may have envied them, but they all fell out with the producers because they were getting ripped off of money, and they got into shady drug stealing and all kind of stuff. And John Holmes died in the 1980s of AIDS, when AIDS was a very, very real thing. So so that's who John Holmes was. He died. He died at his peak.
Well, not that I had a lot of respect for him, but I lost any respect I had for him when I found out when I read that he actually, when he found out he was he had AIDS, he knew he had AIDS, and nobody would employ him in the porno industry in America. He actually went to Europe. I can't remember which country it is, somewhere like Spain or it was Italy. He went to Italy and he went on to make some more porno movies. They didn't know he had it, but he knew he had it, and he went there just to make the movies. And that's when I lost all, In fact, if I'm accidentally come across some porn on a computer that's got John Holmes in it, I'll close it immediately.
To be fair, the same could be said of Freddie Mercury. He knew that he had. Do you know he died in 1991? Live Aid, which is their most famous moment, came in 1985, 6 years earlier. And did you know that he actually had AIDS then? He actually had it in when he was performing at Live Aid. It took a long, long time. But the same can be said with Freddie. He knew that he had it, but I don't know. He didn't hold back.
It was a death sentence, wasn't it, in the 80s? If you got AIDS, then it was a death sentence. But now, I like documentaries. I watch a lot of documentaries on all sorts of things. And now, if you get AIDS, as long as you take the drugs, you'll live a normal life. There'll be no signs of it. And as long as you're on the drugs. But it was definitely a death sentence. Remember the old adverts? I forget the actor who used to do them in the 80s. But you had
John Hurt.
Who was it?
John Hurt.
That's it. The big stone slabs that came down, and they used to firebomb gays who they used to target them, didn't they? And put petrol bombs through the window and everything. Terrible. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the stream now. I don't know how many we got in. We've been waffling on that. We've still got 257 in now. Must all be like pissheads like us, right? Okay, some of these I can't read out. Marky Mark says, I've got 12 inches, but I don't use it as a rule. Good. Okay.
Okay, to be fair.
The fake head Sweeney says, David Bowie went to high school with Peter Frampton. That, you know what? I'll put that up there. Peter Frampton. A lot of guys on here won't know Peter Frampton, but Peter Frampton was a singer from the 70s. One of his most famous tracks is one of his most famous songs was Show Me the Way. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Great. You won't remember people like that now. It's too far in the past, but at my age, I remember. And when I read that, David Bowie went to high school with Peter Frampton, a lot of people won't know, but excellent. Absolutely excellent. Okay. Let's have a look. What else we got? Swedish erotica. Right. Stephen Forex. Swedish erotica got me through my high school days. Well, you had, Debbie Does Dallas, Deep Throat, all them sort of. I think we all grew up on them, didn't we? Do you remember the first videos that came out there, the big clunky machines? Do you remember that?
Oh, the video.
You got Blockbusters and choose a film.
Oh, yeah. Videos. And some of them bought
video.
Turned out to be
videos, and the remote control actually had a wire going from the remote control into the video, you know. Christ. Right. Danish Bacon says, remember the German channel in the 90s? Not off the top of my head. I don't know which one you mean there. Right. Shkabachi again. Peter accidentally watching porn. Laugh out loud. Yeah, you got me there. Hands up. Right. Ron Jeremy. He got arrested recently, didn't he? Ron Jeremy in a load of Me Too. Yeah, that surprised me. You know, obviously, you know who Ron Jeremy is. He's a massive porno actor from decades. He's been doing it for decades. He was arrested on, believe it or not, guys, charges of sexual harassment or more, I don't know the word to use, not harassment. He'd been, I don't know. Have you read about that story? Read about John Holmes?
I haven't. I mean, Jesus, I think by now he would have had enough, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Apparently, he was touching up girls and forcing himself on people, and you know that's what I thought. Exactly your reaction. You know, I thought,
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Yeah. Jesus Christ. That's what I thought.
I don't think they've had enough by now.
Yeah. Right. D-Rock 7977. Peter and Ed, what do you think is the biggest difference between Asian women and Western women? I fall in love with so many Asian women myself. Right, I'll go first on this, Ed, and then I'll let you answer. Right, before I answer it, the first thing I'm going to say is I'm not going to be derogatory to Western women because my mother was one. Okay, no, I mean in all seriousness, I think what it is, why a lot of guys like Asian women, because they've still, for me, this is what I think, only a personal opinion. I think Asian women still have the older values that they used to have in. I can only talk for the UK. The older values. I can still remember my mother and father in the 70s, when my mother would always make sure there was a hot meal on the table when my father came home from work. My father was very much the man of the house, and there was a respect thing from the my mother to the father, like he was the boss kind of thing, without wishing to sound like a male chauvinist. That's not what I'm trying to say. And I think a lot of that has gone now. And I think a lot of guys who go out to Asia, they still experience that where they, I mean, I've been out with friends. I've seen Asian, I'm not saying I would like this, but I've seen Thai girls actually feeding their partners. They'll be sitting there with a man, she'll be with us. I don't mean he's sitting there like this and he don't want to eat. He's eating himself, but she'll take a spoonful of rice and feed him, and you know, always take care of him. And I honestly, I think that's all it is. I think it's just a case of guys enjoy being pampered. What about you, Ed?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I think what I think it's not just Asian women. It's even though they keep their looks very, very well, you know, they're always, you know, you think an Asian girl is 25 and really she's 35. Some lovely Asian women, but also you want to be in that climate. They've got the climate out there. I think it's the fact that Britain. I mean, what have you got in Britain? You know, you've got the social club. You've got 20 stone women with tattoos. You know, I mean, it's the social club in Britain. You know, you go down to the pub and you got these 60-year-old people who still think they're young and pretty, and like we all know, whatever. I think it's a taste for the exotic. That's why I like going out to Thailand and Cambodia as well, and Vietnam. It's a taste for the exotic. It's something that, you know, is very, very different than your own country, and I don't know. I don't want to be down at this social club and be getting accosted by a woman who's twice my body weight. You know, I don't want to be doing that. I'd rather go to Asia and have a dirty massage. So I think I've answered that one anyway, Peter.
Wash your mouth out with soap, you disgusting man. Right. Napoleon getting filmed by Ridley Scott in Malta last week. I was there. Also Game of Thrones. Okay.
I'd like to see that.
There, look. Eddie. What about Peter? Right. Nicolas Cage. New Nicolas Cage movie was pretty good. I liked his movie. It was called Lord of War. That was a good movie.
That's a good. He's been a lot of good. Very. He's also a very spendthrift actor. You know, he got it to the stage where he could make $10 million per movie, and yeah, he ended. He didn't know how to manage money, and he was buying castles in England and all kinds of stuff, and he ended up running into financial difficulty. Why are these people? Yeah, why are these people like that? He had so many homes around the world, and you wonder, did he ever get the chance to actually live in any of these?
I know, and I think it was probably more of an investment if it all went wrong. But talking of Nicolas Cage and good movies, Con Air. You don't like prison movies, but what did you think of that one?
Do you know something? I've never actually got around to actually seeing that one.
Ed, you're missing out, mate. Honestly,
really have.
Watch Con Air. It's fantastic. Great movie.
What's his name? John Malkovich is also in that film, isn't he?
That's right. Yeah. And there's some great characters. It's really. You know what the plot of the movie is, right?
Yeah. No, I don't.
So what it is, because America's such a vast country, they fly prisoners from one destination to the other. You know, because to take them in a bus, they'd have to stay in hotels, and there's an escape risk. So what they do, they have a special prison flight, and they call it Con Air. That's a nickname. And what the movie's based on is that they take a load of prisoners from one prison and they fly them to another area. But what happens in between? It's a really good movie. I won't tell you more than that because it will spoil it.
I've got to say. I know it's a classic that one.
I don't know if it's on Netflix. Dutch Frank says Lord of War. Guys, we've been going for 3 hours, Ed. What do you reckon? We said 10 minutes. I'll leave it in your hands.
Well, it's coming up. It will be. Well, it's about another 3 minutes to go before you reach the 3 hour moment. Anyway.
Are you sure? Right. I'm not going to mention it again. When you've had enough, just say to me, it's a late night, isn't it, Peter, or something like that. Then I'll get the hint. But no, I mean, I think I'll have drunk too much by then. It's just you know, people are still here. There's 249 people in. We're having a nice beer together. It's going well.
I'm having a Hennessy.
I'm having both. I've got a beer. I've got both. Look, I've got a beer and I've got a whiskey.
First time I tasted Hennessy was in a bar in, I think it was Hamburg, and you know, it was I'd had Courvoisier before, but Hennessy was going at a special you know, a special discount or whatever. And this guy, you know, next to me, said, you know, try a Hennessy. So I tried. I thought, my God, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. But when I got back here, it's very rare you go into a supermarket and see a good deal on the Hennessy. But somebody bought me this for my birthday, and it is lovely. I love it.
You've got to be careful because I used to be a brandy drinker, and I used to drink a brand called Three Barrels. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can drink whiskey till the cows come home. I can get. I mean, I probably think I sound okay now. I've probably had too much now, but I can drink whiskey and tomorrow I'll wake up fine. I don't drink whiskey every day. I tend to have a beer now and again, like most nights, actually, a couple of beers. But whiskey, I tend to have it at the weekend because I obviously my liver and myself have got an agreement, but they're not that friendly. Mm-hmm. But I used to drink brandy, and when I drink Three Barrels because it was half decent and it wasn't expensive as something called something like Hennessy. But honestly, Ed, I didn't feel right in the head until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It used to really mess me up. It really strong.
Yeah.
I hope you're not going to hold this against me tomorrow when you wake up. You probably don't wake up too late, do you?
I'd say it would be bloody unusual if I wake up without a hangover, to be honest with you. So it's quite normal for me.
Right. So Clive from McLaren F1 Race says the night is still young. I don't know about that. And we got another one here. Katson Good Coffee, who is a fan of yours also. Eddie, put some chocolate on it. Deke the Trucker, where have you been? You've been a Glasgow movie called, yeah, absolutely. A true story, A Sense of Freedom. That's Jimmy Boyle, I believe his name was.
Yeah.
He was one of Scotland's biggest criminals. At the beginning, you see them hold him down, hammer, they break his bones.
Yeah.
They're in the cells in Barlini prison. They break through each other's prison, throwing rocks at the guy. Yeah, I've seen it. Good movie. Good movie, Dick. Good call. Right. Javier says one of the best movies ever is Heat with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. Well, believe it or not, one of the all-time classic scenes in any movie is when Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, the two greats, are sitting in that scene in that cafeteria facing each other. And the policeman who is played by Al Pacino is kind of saying, I'll get you one day. And Robert De Niro has been really cool and saying, yeah, and my job is for you not to get me. Absolutely classic scene. Did you see that, Ed?
Yeah. I did see that movie. I think I liked it, but it's I think it was filmed in a not very appealing style. I believe that was actually made by the same bloke who made the Miami Vice series, and I think you either like his style or you're not too keen on his style. It was a good movie, but it's not one that I'd see again.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Miami Vice, to be honest with you. It was a bit shoulder pads, wasn't it? And it was a bit too glamorous for cops, if that makes sense. Right. I'm still on the channel, on the comments here. Poorly Buffalo 555. Ed's getting through the bottle, no messing. It's amazing there's still 250 people here, Ed. I think, do you know what? I think if we were all sat in a room, all 250 of us, I think all of us would have something in our hand. Like you got the Hennessy, I got the Tesco's whiskey, and everybody. I don't know. Maybe somebody's there with a cup of tea. Think, what the hell is this stream about? Right, I've never actually watched a stream. I got to be honest with you, I've never watched a stream on YouTube where two guys are talking and both of them just say, "Well, I'm going here," and the other one goes in. You're left with nobody, but we did it. Right, okay. Mickman spent 2 days and nights drinking Red Horse non-stop in the PI once. That's quite hardcore. 2 nights, I couldn't do that. I am Joy, late in tonight. If you drink at all, mate, take milk thistle. Is it a liver protector, proven and been around for 1,000 years? What is? Have you heard of that? He's off. He's off like a racehorse. Where are you going?
I'd say, well, I've just dropped something on the floor. It's the cork from my my Hennessy bottle.
I thought you were going to be really rude then. Okay, right.
Just dropped something. I just dropped a cork on the floor. I think I have had a few too many.
That's all right. What was that? 10 minutes and 3 minutes. Right. Ross Cook says, "What about Sean Connery in The Rock?" Again, I mean, I do like Sean Connery. You know, I'm a people person. That I like the movies that people connect. The only part of that movie that really stuck out for me was where Sean Connery was talking to his daughter on the bench. The police caught him, the guy who was the police detective, whatever he was. And instead of putting the handcuffs on him, he said, "Hey, we got to go. Your daughter, somebody's waiting for us." He gave him respect so that his daughter didn't know that he'd gone away. Great scene. But it wasn't really my kind of movie. I thought it was a bit exaggerated. It was watchable, but not really. Did you watch that one, Ed?
I don't believe I've seen that movie. I did see a film, the one where he's in with Catherine Zeta-Jones, and it includes the Petronas Towers in Malaysia. And I thought it was a little bit absurd, really, because even though he's a really fine actor, I mean, the idea of it, he was clearly an old man with a young girl in that movie, and it looked a bit absurd. Can I just mention something to you? Have you watched movie? Do you have Amazon? Do you, Peter, by any chance?
Do you have Amazon?
What? Amazon Prime.
Well, I actually I'm not subscribed to Amazon, but I get all the movies because I have Netflix. But I've also got some free. I don't know if they're illegal or not, but they're apps on my Amazon Fire Stick that I get movies that I shouldn't have free, but I do get them, if that makes sense. What were you thinking of? Which movie in particular?
Yeah. I mean, the things Amazon Prime. I like Amazon Prime because I get the feeling it's aimed at an older audience than Netflix, really. But I sometimes leave reviews. I often leave, and Amazon post them on their site. You can see my reviews on some of these movies, like that one. What was it called? The one with, I can't even remember what it was called now. The one with
The Rock.
Not the Rock. The one where he's in with Catherine Zeta-Jones, and I can't remember the name, but I put and some of them. There's been some bloody diabolical movies. The There's one movie that I watched, and I put a really bad review of it on with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, beautiful actors, and a lovely golden couple. This is when they were a golden couple, and the movie is really absurd. They play a couple of assassins who are trying to kill each other, but the movie is all full of violence where Brad Pitt kicks Angelina Jolie in the ribs, and what the bloody hell is this? How what is this? And I put a really bad review of it. I mean, that's not funny. That's just dreadful. Yeah, so if you actually look at some of these movies on Amazon, you will see some of my reviews on there. Anyway, so just as I mentioned that one.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of similar. I can't watch a movie if I can't make real sense. I don't mean I don't understand it. For me, a movie has to be realistic, like the Shawshank Redemption. I can relate to that, or Boogie Nights. I can relate to that. But like you just said, what you've explained about the younger girl, the older guy, all the rest of it. If it's kind of a bit fantastical, I can't get the word out now. Too much to drink. I can't get into the movie. But look, I'm just going to read this out. Marky Mark, Peter, love your free rolling streams, especially when you have a guest like Ed. I'm starting to slur now, Ed. This is getting a bit too much. Thanks, Marky Mark. I don't know if you know, Ed. Sometimes I do the odd stream on a Sunday. Not very often. Maybe if it's a bank holiday, I know I don't have to get up on Monday. And I really enjoy those streams because I don't plan anything. I don't do any games, nothing. I just come on and I start talking, and they seem to go better than the planned ones. I don't know why.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
JB, why don't we rent a cinema and watch some of our favorite porn movies together? We can get a Pizza Hut afterwards to get our salt levels back up. He kind of a lot of information there. Right, Deke the Trucker. Eddie was that should be talking about Entrapment movie, Sean Connery and Entrapment. Yeah, okay. Was that the one where Entrapment was? What was the one where she famously crossed her legs?
That was Basic Instinct.
That's right, yeah. Who was the one, the lady in Parliament who was accused of doing it recently? The Labour.
Yes.
And she looks like the back end of a bus. You know who I'm talking about? Hang on, my TV.
I did hear of that story. Yeah, I didn't actually follow it, but I know in the movie it was Sharon Stone. But I heard that somebody did that to Boris Johnson, I think.
Yeah, I know her name. I know her name as well, but I can't remember. Somebody will put it up here in a minute. But you'd turn away actually if she did it. I don't want to be too disrespectful. Right, right. David Heisenberg, lookalike Russell. You two would be great with Trevor from Buzz and Patty. All three of you. The problem is, if you get more than sort of two people on the stream, it can get a little bit of a traffic jam, whereas everybody wants to say their piece and nothing sensible comes out. The thing is with me and Ed, I let him speak, he lets me speak, so there's no sort of overlapping. Right, Mark Hughes, loved your earlier reference to 60s movies, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Peter. A real quality movie that was brilliant comment of working class Britain at the time. Very simple movies. Brilliant. I can watch them time and time again. Yeah, they are good. Right, that's it. You got it. Angela Rayner. That's who it was, Ed. Checkban says Angela Rayner. Yeah, she kind of reminds me of. No, I won't go.
I haven't actually followed. I seem to have missed that story, but I've kind of got. I
can tell you.
Was she wearing knickers or not?
No. What it was. I mean, I think it was bullshit, really. But what it was, what was her name again? Karen Rayner, I think it was. Do you know who Karen Rayner is?
I don't actually know. I never heard of her.
She's a Labour MP. She was wearing a skirt with black tights on, and they have the dispatch box. Boris, you got Labour on one side, you got Conservative on the other. Obviously, Boris is a Conservative. He was up and he was doing his talking. And this lady, Karen Rayner, she was sat on the opposition on the bench opposite Boris. So Boris is standing there talking about what he's going to do, and she's right there. And apparently she kept crossing and uncrossing her legs, and people said she was doing an impersonation of Sharon Stone, with the old leg crossing and trying to put Boris off. But if you look at the video,
Peter, what was the news story that's broken the House of Commons recently? A bloody MP watching porn on his smartphone. Oh my God! These are the people who are supposed to be running our country.
Let me ask you a question. I've never ever taught politics on this channel, and I try to stay away from it. And there's still 234 people in here, so we'll keep it going for a little bit longer. What is your opinion on what's his name now? Mogg. You know, is it Jason Rees-Mogg?
Jacob Rees-Mogg. I know a lot of people like. I don't. I used to follow politics a lot. I honestly religiously follow politics, but I don't know, simply because you get to a point where you've heard it all before. I mean, what I will say, there is no such thing as a politician who is indispensable. They can all be replaced. So they're nothing special. It's all so.
I know. Right, let's not talk about politics, because you know, people will start jumping on politics. Someone's just put Scapaci, no politics. Absolutely. Right, I apologize for bringing in politics. We shouldn't be talking about politics. I'm just trying to find a comment. Right, David says again, at least Sharon Stone was someone to look at. Angela Rayner is no oil paint. I think you've been very polite there by saying Angela Rayner is no oil paint, and I would have taken it a step further. That's a very polite comment. But
yeah, good comment from Only in Thailand. Only in Thailand.
Where, oh, there we go. Let me put it up. Right.
No, she was not wearing knickers and showed her ginger growler to Boris.
I can't even comment on that. What can I say? What does it say? No, she was not wearing knickers and showed her ginger. Okay, growler. That is funny. Right, I am Joy. Right, geez, Rainer, Ginger Minge. Now, I didn't even know Ginger. All right, okay, I'm not going to read that out. Right, Cats and Good Coffee. I think we're nearly there, Ed, aren't we? Sunshine Man. I love the MP's excuse for looking at porn. He was looking for tractors. Yeah, sure he was. Okay. You thought. SF. Have I got anything that I can show on here just for a breather? Hang on. No, I've done everything right. A couple more comments, and I think we're there, guys. God, 3 hours, Ed. I promised you, and I've broken my promise. I'll never be able to get you back on here again. How's that brandy going down?
This Hennessy is beautiful. Actually, I think this is only the second time I've actually tasted Hennessy. The first time was in a bar in Hamburg, and now somebody bought me because you never see this on offer or anything. You know, it's above Courvoisier.
Well, you say that, but my favorite drink, believe it or not, I actually like Black Label whiskey. You know, it's very big in Thailand. I don't understand why they put Coca-Cola or Pepsi in Black Label, because that defeats the object of a fine whiskey. But I am a whiskey drinker, and because I'm not rich, I don't buy the cheapest of the cheap budget whiskey, but I drink this. It's called Special Reserve from Tesco, and it's not bad, actually. It's not the cheapest, but it's not bad. It's 3 years oak. But what I really, if money was not an object, what I like to drink is Johnny Walker Black Label. And normally a 70 cl bottle is about £30 in Tesco's, and occasionally they do an offer where they're selling it for £20, and I can get a liter of Tesco whiskey for, I think it's about £18.50, and the Black Label is only 70 cl. But if it's on offer, I will go for it, and that's when I don't put any ice in it, no mix in it or anything like that. You know, Stephen, I think that's the third one tonight. Let me put that up. You're very generous tonight. Cheers, guys. Let's have another drink now. Night it's not young, Stephen. It's definitely not young. I'm kind of struggling to get the old words out now. Ed's on the Hennessy. I promised him it wouldn't go too long. Absolute vodka, D-Rock. I can't even finish the sentence. D-Rock, Absolute vodka is good from Sweden, guys. And if you like, is it Copperbergs especially? Vodka, I can do vodka. Gin, I can do gin. Is there any alcohol I don't like? I don't like these kind of like cream drinks like Bailey's. I like a bit of sherry.
You go down too easily. Easily. Bailey's it goes. I like it, but it goes down too easily. And not only that, if you're trying to lose the pounds, it's terrible. It really does put the weight on you. Really does.
You? I tell you, this might surprise you, Ed. Not very much. I can't drink very much, but every now and again, I like a sherry, just a small glass of sherry.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't drink 2 glasses because it gets sick. Or a port. Do you like port and sherry or not?
Absolutely, love it, beautiful.
But just the 1 glass, right? And that's enough.
Well, I'd have 1 glass and then end up drinking the whole bottle. That's the problem.
No. The problem is your sherry glass is like that. That's the only problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Right. Let's see what people are saying here. Right. Web to Ride. I've got a feeling this guy's probably in Thailand, right? Try Monkey Shoulder, actually slightly cheaper than JW in Thailand. Johnny Walker in Thailand, better play. I'll tell you what was a good whiskey back in the day. When I first went to Thailand, Ed, you could not get a decent whiskey. They had Black Label, which was expensive, and you had the two brands of the Thai whiskey. And for me, they always tasted like a syrup with sugar in them. You know the Thai Mekong, is it? You got the red one that looks red. Well, when I first got to Thailand in '91, that's all you could buy. You could buy the two Thai whiskies, which I just couldn't deal with. And you could buy Black Label, which obviously was quite expensive back then. And then they introduced a brand called Black Cat, which tasted exactly like a regular blended whiskey from the UK, which was about 380 baht at the time. But they've now got you'll get it in every 7-Eleven. They've got a whiskey called Signature, and it's excellent. And it's you can get their premium brand for about 400 baht. Very, very, very good.
I must admit, on my recent travels, I was drinking a lot of the Sangsum rum. Lovely stuff. Very, very reasonable, but I was drinking a lot of that. But the worst mistake I made is buying about a bottle of chocolate milk, to the 7-Eleven. I'm trying to make my own Baileys because it would just go down so quickly, and I'd wake up with such an enormous hangover the next day. Lovely stuff.
Can I ask you a question? When you fly, what's your situation on? Do you do night flights out to Thailand or lunchtime flights? What do you prefer?
Oh, it depends. Whatever's reasonable. Whatever
you don't mind, basically, right?
Whatever's a reasonable price, and it doesn't make that much. I prefer. I've had the preference because where I live in the southwest of England, if I I like to. I would like to get a flight where I don't have to wake up too early in the morning. I can get the coach to Heathrow, and plenty of time to check in. An 8 o'clock in the evening flight to Thailand would be ideal for me. That's a good time. But I'll go with the flow. If there was a better value flight, I'd take that one.
Yeah, I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking you that is because I always like to take night flights. And I'll tell you the reason. I sound like I'm an alcoholic, but I'm really not. I don't drink at all in the daytime. I'll have my first drink normally about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. And if people watch this stream regular, they'll see I never open up with a drink. I'll go for an hour, then I'll have a drink. So I'm not a hardcore drinker, but I'm a regular drinker. And the reason I asked you about your flight, the night flight, is because I find a flight very, very boring. I can't get into movies.
Absolutely, yeah.
And what happens with me personally, I'm wide awake I used to get a night flight out. I used to get a night flight back, but I'm struggling now to get the night flight back. I always manage to get the night flight out there. It takes off at 9:30 in the evening, UK time, but I have to get the kind of 1 p.m. flight back, and I hate it, absolutely hate it. And I'll tell you why I'm asking you that question and about alcohol in particular is because when I fly out at night, I normally leave my house. I live in Northamptonshire, so I leave about 4 o'clock. I like to give myself plenty of time. And once I'm checked in, I go to the bar in Heathrow. I'll have 2 or 3 pints. There's always someone who's sitting on the same table. You going to Thailand? Yeah, I'm going to Thailand. The normal sort of thing. And then I'll have 2 or 3 beers in the bar. I'll get on the plane. They offer you a drink before dinner. I'll have dinner. Do you want a drink? Yeah, have a glass of wine, whatever. And that puts me to sleep. So I've had a good few drinks, a good skin fill. I'll fall asleep and they'll wake me up just when the breakfast service comes in. So it kills the flight, which I hate. It's so boring. And of course, lunchtime, that never happens because I don't drink in the daytime because I don't want to become an alcoholic. So I've got a rule. I never touch it in the daytime. And what happens, I'll be sitting there, they'll be flying along in the afternoon. And I think, I'll watch a movie because I'm wide awake. I start watching the movie and it makes me feel tired. So I think, I'm ready to sleep now. I try and sleep. And of course, once I turn the movie off, I can't sleep. So the reason I asked you about that, Ed, is because I pretty much rely on alcohol to sleep when I go out on flights. Now, the last time I went out there in December, they wouldn't serve me any alcohol. They just stopped it. And I said, well, because I went to the galley and I said, can I have a beer? And they said, oh, no beer. It's because of the coronavirus. I'm like, well,
Jeez,
so on the way back, I thought, well, I've got to have a drink. So what I did, I went into 7-Eleven. I bought, because you can take, as long as it's not over 100 ml, you can take bottles of liquid on the aircraft. If it's over 100 ml, you can't take it. So I went to 7-Eleven and I bought 4 bottles of Lipo. You know the Lipo? And it says in English 100 ml. I tipped it out, flushed it out, and I filled it with whiskey and I took it on the plane. I mean, I really do sound like an alcoholic now. But the lady said, "Oh, liquid, you know, you can't take it on a plane." I said, "Look, it says 100 ml. You're allowed." And she was like, "Oh, okay, okay." And I drank it, and it was like lipo and whiskey. It was terrible, but I did manage to sleep. So, do you not, when you fly, do you drink to fall asleep or to get you through the flight?
Well, it's always refreshing to have a drink, but it's always refreshing to have a drink. But I like to fly from Heathrow Airport, and things may have changed. I've heard a rumor that things have changed in recent times. But Heathrow Airport is actually not a bad value airport, you know. And my ideal flight is about maybe 8:30 in the evening, a weekday evening, from Heathrow Airport, because that means that I can wake up. I don't have to get up too early. I can, you know, get a coach to Heathrow. Plenty of time to check in. 8:30 in the evening, the flying time, and that means that I can have a few early evening drinks at the, you know, maybe Weatherspoons or whatever is available at Heathrow Airport. Maybe a few beers and a meal or whatever. And then when I get on the plane, I'm ready to crash out, and that's the perfect time for me. That's the kind of time that I like. You know, maybe 8:30 in the evening. That's a really good time for me. That is.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's different, aren't they? I just want to answer this comment that Marky Marks put up. They said, "Peter, it would be hard for you not to drink during the day when you're in Thailand. Many expats hit the bottle." The thing is, Mark, I won't drink because the thing is, because I've got the experience of Thailand, and you're absolutely right. I've seen it so many times where guys retire, they go out to Thailand, they've got nothing to do. You've got to have something to do when you're in Thailand. Either, you know, you go fishing, you play golf, some kind of a hobby, because if you just go there and you've got nothing to do, you'll go to the bars in the daytime just to socialize, and you will end up drinking. And like you just said, Mark, you will end up becoming an alcoholic. That won't happen to me because I've lived in Thailand. I know the scene. I know what happens, and I'm not going to have nothing to do. You know, I've got my YouTube channel. I've got my visa company now with Simon that we're doing. I've got other things in the pipeline that I've got planned. And it's always been. I've got a video on my channel, how not to become an alcoholic in Thailand, and I actually preach about this, and I always say, for myself, the way I've managed to not become an alcoholic is my golden rule in Thailand is do not drink in the daytime. I've been to pool parties on a Sunday afternoon where people are thrusting cold bottles of Heineken in my hand, and I've said, look, sorry, but I don't drink in the day. And they'll be like, oh, we're all having a drink. And in the end, they let it go. But I'll have a Coke, I'll have a soda. I will not drink in the day simply because I do not want to become an alcoholic. And the fact of the matter is, I don't enjoy a beer in the daytime. For me, I go out, I have a drink. When I finish drinking, I go home and sleep. That's it. Drinking in the daytime just doesn't appeal to me.
No. I mean, I must admit, I know that it's a problem, but I do. I do my daytime activities. I go for a long walk on the beach or do whatever I've got to do. But it comes to that moment in the day, around about 3:00 in the afternoon, that I think, you know, hot weather and cold beer. I'll sit down. I'll have a few cold beers in the hot climate. I'll have something to eat, and then I crash out. I will admit that is a problem. You're quite right. Daytime drinking. You really need to ditch that. You know, that is the problem. I mean, if we all like a drink of a nighttime, but if you drink of a daytime, then you probably have got a problem. And that's the thing.
You know, I mean, I think, to be honest with you, Ed, if somebody goes out to Thailand like the 2-week millionaires and they don't normally drink, they hold down a full-time job and they're like, I'm here for 2 weeks, I'm going to enjoy myself, and they go out in the day and they drink in the daytime, absolutely no problem. Enjoy it, go for it. As long as when you get on the plane, you can stop it. I'm not criticizing anybody, but before I move on, I just want to address this comment here from Way High. He said, Peter, I don't think he's having a go at me, but it just says, Peter reminds me of someone who's gotten lucky with a decent inheritance and has had money to burn. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. I left school. My father died when I was 9 years old. So I had to leave. I had to go to work at 15 in 1975. I did 16-hour shifts in a steelworks. And the reason I did it is because I used to give half of my pay packet on a Friday night to my mother because there was no handouts in those days. Okay. So I left school with no qualifications, age 15, working in a steelworks, and I gave half of my salary to my mother, right? Later on in life, I discovered that you need education to get on. I did 3 years of self-teaching in college, overseas courses, and I went into the hotel industry, and I did well for myself. I didn't blow my money. I invested in some property, and I've ended up at 62. I've done quite well for myself. But way high, my friend, I've got to make it really clear. Nobody put a silver spoon in my mouth. Nobody has gifted me anything. I've worked hard all my life. I don't feel I need to justify it, but I do feel like I need to explain myself on that comment, because I've worked hard for what I've got. Nobody's done me any favors, and that's it. I've addressed it. All right, right. Let's move on.
Well said, Peter. Well said. Well
Yeah,
said.
you know, because people assume, don't they? You know, like it's like they assume, they see you living. I live in a nice 4-bedroom house, right? I left school at 15, Ed, no education, because I had to support my mother and my sister. All right, I'm not asking for the violins and the tissues to come out, but I do take a little bit of offense when people say things like that. Do you know what I mean? I know the guy doesn't know, and I'm not. I don't have any bad feelings towards him, but when I see a comment like that, I feel I've got to speak out. You know what I mean? Right. Okay. Let's move on. Cats and good coffee. Way high Peter is top class gentleman and hard worker. We all admire him. Thank you. Absolutely. That's exactly what I was trying to explain. And by you saying that, has just reiterated what I've said on top of it. Thank you. Right. Okay. D-Rock 7977. Hi. Come on, behave. Okay. I think we've been okay so far, Ed and me. Right. How many we got in now? We've still got 248 in, Ed. Blimey. Right, Gemini Star says Nick T effects of what's that word? I told you I didn't go to school. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I've run out of comments now. All right, I'm drunk. So I said, I'm drunk. Right. What's your favourite subject, Ed?
My favourite subject. Oh, we've already delved it, but I like to talk about movies because
right. Talk about a movie for a minute.
Okay, we talk about movies. Okay, Eddie's El Terrifico. He's a really good guy. Eddie is the one related to the Rothschilds banking family. Definitely not. Definitely, I've read all about the Rothschilds. Definitely not me. Jamie 296. Peter and Eddie, what is your favourite bar on Soy for Nana? I don't have a favourite bar on Soy Nana. I actually think some of the bars there are actually a little bit overrated. I did like when the going was good. I liked, is it Hillary 2 or 3 with the live bands? I thought that's wonderful, that brilliant. I really liked Soy 7 last time. Porky, I think the people who work the hardest and are honest end up the poorest. Porky, I think people who work the hardest and are honest end up the poorest. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right there, mate.
I've done all right.
Oh well.
That guy, you know that guy who just left that comment? Yeah, you want to head off, right? Me too. I just want to say, if that guy's still in the stream who left that last comment that I addressed it, I've got nothing against you. I know you didn't mean it in a malice sort of way. But I just feel like, you know, I need to explain to people when people think that about me, silver spoon up the backside, and that I like to make it very, very clear. But I know you weren't, there was no malice there or anything like that. So, you know, no problems. Have you had enough now, Ed?
Oh, more than I realise. I mean, what have I got? What have I got? I haven't done any shopping today. I've got, I think I'll have tomato soup with toast. I think that's nice. Late night snack.
Are you going to eat? Are you going to eat tonight?
I eat and sleep whenever I feel like, you know, sort of sporadically, and that's one of my favourite. Favorite. But I'm a little bit hungry now because I haven't. Last time I ate was I had roast potatoes with onions and gravy, and I've got cheese and whatever. I can't remember what I had. 12 hours ago. So I'm about to you for another. I eat and drink sporadically, really.
So you see, the thing is, if this was your stream, right, by now you'd have the oldie pork pie. You'd be, now, but you can't do that, can you? Because when you're on somebody else's stream, you can't control it. But Stephen Forex says, Eddie, surely it's time for a pork pie. Never too late. I tell you what, we'll wait for you, Ed. Go and get a pork pie. Get something out. You must have something in the fridge. I'm all right for 5 minutes.
I haven't got a pork pie, but I'm going to grab, a little bit of that beer because the brandy is wonderful, but it's going down too easy. So I'm going to grab.
Before you go, hang on. Grab something to eat. We'll be here, right? We'll give it 5 more minutes, right? I mean, hand on heart, 5 more minutes. Grab something to eat and a beer. We'll do 5 minutes or maybe 7 minutes, and then that's it. I'm done as well.
Okay,
You've got to
no,
eat something if it's 12
I'm
hours.
not having any of the sweets just yet. I'm going to grab a little bit of a beer.
All right, I'll hang on here then.
Oh, where are we? Where's my where is my? Oh, he's there. He's there. Oh, heavens above! I'm wobbling, Peter. I am wobbling. I'm just going to have
I feel guilty. I feel guilty. I don't know. You know what?
No, I don't feel guilty.
No, what it is. I normally do an hour and a half to 2 hours, maximum 2 hours. Like I watch the clock. It's got a clock here, and it'll say 1 hour 59. And I think, oh well, I'm there, guys. I'm going to say good night. And I think, no, give it 1 minute because I just when I watch it, when people watch it, they'll see it's a 2 hour stream. And you said to me, we're 100% we're not doing 4 hours. No way, maybe 5 minutes more, right? You said to me on the message there, you said, yeah, come on, but no 4 hour streams, maximum 90 minutes. I said, yeah, it won't even be 90 minutes, Ed. And I'm waffling away here, and I feel really bad now.
It's however you feel. Peter, there's an old hippie saying, if it feels good, do it. I mean,
we've now been going, hang on, what time did I start? 9. Was it 9? Yeah, it was. 10, 11, 12. No, it can't be. Did I start at 9? No, that's wrong. We've been
3.5 hours.
You've been on. Okay, don't talk about the time. Right, I enjoy it. I worked hard, but started my pensions early, ended up with Navy pension, UK pension, investment pension, save for your retirement, and you will live well. Bought a house, land, apartment, save. Yeah, I enjoy. I'm guessing your age is kind of similar to ours. We've got a different culture. Unfortunately, I've got 2 daughters, and both of them think the world owes them a living. Okay, older people. I don't want to sound like an old dinosaur, but I'm not even going to go there, guys, because I'm going to sound like a moaner. Right, what I will do though, I will thank. Go on.
Yeah. Let me just tell you about coming from a poor background. I come from a very, very poor background. We were so poor, even the rainbow was in black and white. But I was watching I watched some of those old 70s comedians recently.
Do you know what? Do you remember? You are lucky. We grew up in a shoebox.
One of the comedians, I'd never heard of before. He said, we were so poor, our family couldn't even afford laxatives. My dad used to sit me on the toilet and tell me ghost stories.
I love it. Yeah. Right. Quick question, and I'll tell you mine. Who is your favorite comedian who has been and is now? If that makes sense.
Well, funny enough, I watched the other night. I watched Mick Miller, and Mick Miller, and he had a bald head and hair down the sides, and basically right at the beginning of this video, he said, is there any children here? I hope there's no children, because if there's any children, they look at me and they think that I'm a clown. And he looks like a clown.
I know. But I'd never heard of him until I watched. There's if you go onto YouTube, it's like they're called gags from the past or laughs from the past. The thumbnail's yellow and red. And I'd never heard of him, and yeah, he's really funny. But for me personally, my favorite comedian of all time, you can't tell his jokes, right? It's not Chubby Brown. He's okay, right? But Bernard Manning, a comedy genius. He really is. But the problem is with his jokes, there's too many, the tree huggers, as I call them, right? Yeah. You just cannot show Bernard Manning. They'll slate him to bits. But if you go into YouTube and you watch a Bernard Manning video when he's at his embassy club, he is funny. I mean, he's hilarious, really good. But
wonderful. Natural.
Yeah, and in this day and age, you just can't even repeat any of his jokes. He once said, he said, look, I'm not a racist. I've got an Indian doctor lives next door to me. We were the best of friends. And he said on that video, he said, look, a joke is a joke. That's all it is. It's a joke. But, obviously people are offended. My modern day, the guy I like at the moment is Peter Kay. I find him very, very funny. Do you like him?
He's good. He's good. I think sometimes, an accent, you either like it or you don't like it. But I think one of the problems that I have with modern comedians is that they look young enough to be my son or
I
my
know.
daughter or whatever. Funny enough, it was Bernard Manning. It was Bernard Manning many, many years ago. Somebody asked him on an interview, what makes a good comedian? And he pointed at his belly and he said, well, that's something to laugh at, isn't it? I mean, that's true. But another thing, he said a comedian is going to have a certain amount of maturity, especially when it's talking about life. He said if a 21-year-old lad came on stage and started telling you about life and this, that, and the other, you did to yourself, well, what the bloody hell would he know? The funny thing is that in this day and age, a lot of those people look to me, it's 21-year-old lads, or not much older. They look like young lads to me. I can't take them seriously.
Do you remember a series called This Is Your Life with I forget his name.
Eamon
What was his name? Eamon Andrews.
Yeah.
What you just said there, yeah. He sometimes they get pop stars and they're like 22 and it's like, this is your life. And you think, he has another life. He's 22 years old, you know.
Exactly.
Damon, look, I just read Damon's comment out there. I got a good feeling about this. I'm really going to like this. God Almighty. I think he's taking off you again with the pies. God Almighty. Yeah. Damon, I'm surprised. Damon said to me today, he said, look, I'll watch your stream, but I've got to get into the yard at 6 a.m., so I won't be around for long. Damon, for God's sake, go to bed. I mean, really. Okay. Marky Mark. Thanks. Oh, no, hang on. You're talking to Marky Mark D-Rock. Okay, let's... Chubby Brown, Way High says, Chubby Brown is a bit of a racist, but he's not. That's the thing about it. He tells racist, what you would perceive to be racist jokes.
No.
There's another documentary on Chubby Brown, the real Chubby Brown, and he does tell jokes which will be conceived as racist, but he isn't a racist, right?
No, I don't think so.
My daughters are mixed. You know, my wife's Korean. My daughters are half mixed. My daughters have got squint eyes, right? But I've watched comedians who talk about Chinese squint eyes and all that. I don't get offended because I know it's just a joke. You know, people get offended. What can I say? Right. Stephen Forex, Nomad, they're both he said we're both. I'm not hammered. Are you hammered at the moment? It said Nomad, they're both hammered right now. Might be best to ask when sober. I wouldn't say I was sober, but I'm not hammered. Are you hammered, Ed?
Chubby Brown isn't racist. He's very, very sexual. I think he's a little bit vulgar for two people, but he's good. But you know, Bernard Manning. I forgot what I was going to say. That's it.
Read the comment. They're both hammered. No, you were going to say something about Bernard Manning?
Yeah, but I've forgotten it because of
Marky Mark says that's the one. Shoebox luxury. We were evicted from our shoebox. Remember that? It was the Monty Python's team.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Damn, that Hooters girl with the big knockers, still good proportions. Yeah, we like something nice to look at. I am Joy. You're still in. So Way High House. He is racist. Give me example. Most of the shovels are about his wife. Okay, yeah. I got accused of being a racist. I made a video about a guy. Now I've got to be really careful now. He's a man of color. That's how you say it, right? Now this guy wrote to me. He sent me a story for my Saturday morning stories, and I'm not saying this. This is what he said in these stories. He said, when I went to Thailand, I was utterly amazed how friendly the Thais were. They were totally not racist, but what I found amusing is they called me Chocolate Man, because that's what the Thais call people of color in Thailand. They don't mean it in a. There's actually a YouTube channel by a man of color who his channel is called Chocolate Man in Thailand, right? So the Thais don't mean it in a derogatory way. So I had to make up a name, and I called him Desmond, and for some reason people related to that as a man of color's name. I got so much shit. People said, oh, you're such a racist. You know, the name you chose was typical man of color. And in that video, the guy, I called him Desmond, he said, I'm a colored man. So I said, oh, this story is about a colored man. Especially Americans, they were like, oh, you can't call him a colored man. You're such a racist. I was like, I'm not. Honestly, I'm married to a Korean woman, but you know, there's an old saying, you can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. And
absolutely,
if there's anybody in the world who is certainly not racist, I've been to, so many countries in the world. My children have got squinty eyes. Somebody's going to write to me and say that's racist. You just can't win. Let's move on. Right. Is that broadcast, Dave? I left when you said 5 minutes left on the stream. Went to sit down, restaurant, come back, and you're still on. Yeah, it said he won't let me get away. Right, check bound, you're still in. Is that Gaelic? The phase for a black man is a fear of. I'll tell you what, we've got to move away from this because I'll get so much shit tomorrow. Guys, look, if anybody watches this at a later date, if you're an American, I've got to say this in the right way again. We're just talking here. There's no racism going on. Go on, man.
Let me just say something. I forgot what I meant to say before. It went out of my mind about Bernard Manning. I love Bernard Manning. He's a wonderful comedian, natural comedian. Not necessarily the most likable person in the world, but he's a wonderful comedian. But a lot of people, think of Bernard Manning. But he became a hate figure. A lot of people think of him as he became a hate figure because of racism. He was clearly racist, and he was open about that. But that actually wasn't the reason why he became a hate figure. I'll tell you why he became a hate figure. Bernard Manning was a club owner. Maybe he might have dated back to the late 60s or early 70s. But he became known on TV in a program called The Comedians.
I remember that.
Yeah, but that was in the early 70s. But he wasn't a household name. He wasn't a really household name like Ronnie Barker or Malcolm Wise. He wasn't a household name. So what he done? He did something which was a total no-no. Something you simply don't do. When I was a kid, we always had the Sunday papers in the house, and I picked up the Sunday People or the News of the World or whatever it was one morning. About 1997. And the story was, big splash, Bernard Manning, stand-up comedian, has announced that the greatest comedian in Britain is himself. And all the others out there, they're all rubbish. And one by one, he slagged down all the comedians. The crown jewels, Morecambe and Wise, Mikey Howard, all the crown jewels of comedy, even older people like Arthur Askey and whatever. And he become a hate figure because you don't do that. You simply do not get famous by slagging down other comedians. He did it, and he became a hate figure because of it. And that's how Bernard Manning become a hate figure, because he slagged down other comedians in order to boost his own popularity, you see. And he did. He got what he wanted. He became a household name because of it. But he became hated by a lot of people. I mean, Morecambe and Wise, they were like royalty in those days. You simply didn't insult more, even though I think they're old hat. He said they wouldn't even get a booking at my club. Mikey Howard, it was one of the crown jewels. He slagged him down, a load of rubbish. And many years later, somebody said about Mikey Howard. Bernard Manning slagging down all these popular comedians. What do you think of that? And Mikey Howard's reply was, who's Bernard Manning? Well, the answer, never heard of this guy. And yet the fact is, that's how Bernard Manning boosted his grip, by slagging down other comedians. It was a no-no. You shouldn't do that. But that's how he became notorious. It wasn't actually the racist thing. But
for myself, I mean, I never thought about the racism thing. I used to listen to his jokes, and for me, I didn't think, oh, this is clean, this is racist. I just listened to him, and I thought his jokes were funny, and I didn't think anything more of that. It was just a joke. Stephen, you've been very generous tonight, mate. I'll drink to that, fellas. Are you with me? Yeah. Okay, we've got to give him a cheers. Cheers, Jason. I'm with you. Give him a cheers, Ed. For God's sake.
Okay, cheers, Stephen. Anyway, cheers, Stephen. Anyway.
Has that 5 minutes gone by yet? It's okay. Are you ready? Are you ready for bed yet? Have one more Hennessy, then we'll call it a night. A small one. Right, I've got this. I'll top this up, right? And then that is 100%. That is it. We're finishing, right? Go on. Do the Hennessy.
Well, I've actually got a beer right now. I've actually got a beer.
No, you can have the Hennessy on the side. I've got a beer as well.
I'm still with the Hennessy, yeah.
No, look, what you do, you have the beer like this, and you have the Hennessy like this. You have a little sip of the Hennessy, put that by for 5 minutes, finish on the beer, you'll be all right. We've still got 240 in. They must all be pissheads like us. Right. Right. Let me read some comments. Try and be sensible. Way high. Peter's not racist. He booked most of Thailand's hooks in December. I don't. Do you get that, Ed? I don't understand that.
Way high. Peter's not racist. He booked most of Thailand's Captain Hooks.
Is it Hookers?
Steven Spielberg movie. It's
Okay,
Steven Spielberg movie. I think we can safely say that he's a troll.
No, he's all right. He's all right. He's not a troll. He's the guy who I answered the question about, but he didn't mean it in a bad way. He's all right. He's a good guy. He's not a troll. Right, Dutch Frank, throw the Hennessy in the. Hey, there you go, Ed. Throw the Hennessy inside the Heineken, so you have your beer, and you know. I see Dutch Frank. He's in your stream sometimes, isn't he?
I've never heard of him before. Really. I don't think I've heard of him before.
I think I've seen him in your stream before. Hey, I heard that. That's enough of that. Right, let's get something else on. Right, Shane, are you still up, mate? David, only in Thailand. I haven't. The good old days when you could tell a joke without fear of offending somebody. Yeah,
I'm kind of wondering. I mean, Peter, if there's one movie you would pick out as the funniest movie of all time, still to this day, I mean, what would you pick out? The funniest movie you've ever seen, even to this day, that still makes you laugh. I know which one.
I'll probably, like, when this is all done and dusted and I'm winding up my cable and I'm getting ready for bed, I'll probably think of it. But off the top of my head, I can't really, not a movie. I can't think of a movie that was so funny. But I'm sure
I can.
What about you?
It's a movie that I don't know if you can show it nowadays.
No, I got it. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I got it. Dumb and Dumber.
No, not that one. That's older.
No, that's what I like. I thought that was funny.
No,
sorry. Last one. Jim Carrey. You know where the animals, the pets. What's it called?
Oh, pets. Oh, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, that was funny as well. Yeah, but go on.
No, but I'm talking about one of the most now almost unpolitically correct movies ever. Blazing Saddles. I mean, absolutely. Honest to God, it apparently in Britain that was actually it was a comedy western, but it was the most successful western of all time. In terms of box office, and it was a huge hit. I don't know if they're still showing that movie on TV or whatever. That is so unpolitically correct. It's got the most brilliant lines in it, but lines that you simply can't repeat in this day and age.
And the most memorable scene around the fireplace, the farting scene.
Absolutely. That was funny. That was what it was most notorious for at the time. But in this day and age, the racial connotations of it, I don't really see how that movie can be shown anymore. And yet, that movie is the most brilliant comedy of all time. Mel Brooks is a genius.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the name of the actor who's what was his name?
Gene Wilder.
That's it, Gene Wilder. Yeah, he's got that. He's kind of almost. I don't want to sound gay, but he's got that kind of cute look about him, hasn't he? That makes him funny. Like Damon says, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Danny DeVito. I didn't particularly enjoy that movie. Danny DeVito was a great actor. It wasn't one of my favorite movies. Did you watch that one, Ed?
The Planes. I think I have seen that film.
Oh, another favorite movie. I just thought of it. Robert De Niro again. The one, what was it called? Not Midnight Express. The one where he had to bring a prisoner back for a bounty hunt.
Midnight Run.
That's it. What a You know what? I'm knocking the Shawshank Redemption off my top spot to number 2. That is moving up to number 1. That is a fantastic, great movie.
I've seen an edited, sanitized TV version of it. I've never seen the full movie. Never seen the full movie of that. What have I heard? That it's
have you not watched it? Oh, it's another people movie. Basically, Robert De Niro, Robert De Niro is the bounty hunter. He's carrying baggage with his ex-wife and all the rest of it. He has to go on. I don't know the name of the actor who plays the prisoner. Very good actor.
Is it Charles Grodin?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But they become at the beginning of the movie, they're prisoner and escort almost. Well, not almost, they are. And at the end of the movie, throughout the movie, they develop a kind of bond. I wouldn't say friendship, I'd say bond. And I don't want to give the movie away to nobody who's watched it, but at the end of the movie, the true friendship of the prisoner towards his escort comes out without me giving the end of the movie away. You should watch it, Ed. It's a good movie. Good movie. A lot of comments coming in.
Never managed to catch up with that one. But Blazing Saddles, such a brilliant. I remember watching it in the cinema, everyone falling about with laughter. And yet I can't see how they could show that film nowadays. What a shame. Wonderful movie.
Which one?
Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, well, it's politically incorrect. Deke the Trucker says, oh, you're speaking to Damon. I'm doing Planes, Trains and Automobiles to Seville next week too. Okay, because Deke's a lorry driver, so he gets about. Right, we've still got 240 people in here. They must all be half cut by now. Right, funniest movie ever by Chet Bound, Young Frankenstein, Bowfinger. That was a great. Have you watched that Bowfinger with Eddie Murphy?
I
brilliant movie.
I haven't. I know Young Frankenstein. Watched it many times, but Bowfinger, not familiar with that film. No.
Oh no, Ed. Again, you'll love it. Bowfinger. I'm not going to get into it. Just write it down. Bowfinger. Watch it. Eddie Murphy's in it, so it's not going to be crap. It's really, really good. Right. From Paulie Buffalo 555. That's a great photograph, by the way. Blazing Saddles, rock the N-word. No way you'd get that to fly these days. Okay. Tilt says Mark Hughes, Sleeper, total classic. Yeah.
That's a Woody Allen movie. Yeah.
Right. Seamus Doherty says Borat is the funniest movie ever. I'll tell you what turned me off Boris. My wife and I used to like him. I liked him when he did his Ali G. I thought it was very clever how he brought out politicians and stuff. And I liked his movies, but I tell you what really turned me off, where I think he went too far, is he went to stay with an American family, and he pulled it off, and they were very hospitable, and they were like, he's from wherever he's from, and they put all his kind of funny habits. But he said he needs to go to the bathroom, and he came out with a bag of shit, basically. Into this bag. And that kind of turned me off him totally, because for me, that was like not funny at all. It was really he'd gone too far for me. Once I'd watched that, he was out. He was out.
Yeah. He's a very talented actor, though. That's Sacha Baron Cohen. The dictator. He plays a kind of Colonel Gaddafi figure in that one. That is a wonderful movie. Well worth a look. I think it's called The Dictator. Wonderful film.
He is very clever, but sometimes he goes a little bit too far. And, sometimes I can't watch a movie. I kind of embarrass myself to watch it, And that when he went into that American family, who were a good middle-class family, who were very polite to him, very understanding of his ways. And he said, I need to take a shit. And they're like, oh, yeah, the bathroom's down. And he comes out with this plastic bag, and it's like, no, that's it. Not for me.
One of the films I had to switch off. What was the one where he played a gay character? Was it called Bruno?
Bruno, he's got the kid. Yeah.
I didn't like that. I had to switch that one off.
No, I think he was very clever when he did his Ali G stuff, when he was like, I'm standing on the line. On this side is West Haines. On this side is North Haines. I could get killed for standing. And he's in a park, And he always had that kid with him. He did that funny dance.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see what's going on here. I Am Joy again. Best of all time Armageddon. Okay. I did. Look, D-Rock says Police Academy. I found them very, very corny. They were not for me. They had great success. Police Academy. They had a number of movies. They didn't float my boat, as they say. I just found them very, very corny. What about you, Ed?
The thing about I didn't like the Police Academy movies because for me, they were inspired by one of my favorite books of all time, a book called The Choir Boys by Joseph Wamberg, and he was a Los Angeles police officer who became an author. And The Choir Boys is the most amazing novel of all time. And what was terrible about it is that a film version was made of The Choir Boys, and it was dreadful. And it was so dreadful that Joseph Wamberg actually took out a lawsuit to get his name taken off the credits. He was so disgusted with it. But they inspired the Police Academy movies. Did you ever read that book, The Choir Boys?
No, I didn't, but I can relate to what you're saying because do you remember, totally different, but it is related. Do Do you remember when the IRA broke out of the maze? There was like 38 of them got out. That was a big story. And that would have been a terrific film. And it was made into a film called Hunger. And the director was, what was his name? You know, remember the great Steve McQueen? Steve McQueen was the director, and it was a worst movie you could ever watch.
Really,
and it was such a great plot because it was based on the escape of the IRA. They got out of a top security prison, 38 of them, and it was based on that story, which was a great plot for a movie. And you had a great, famous actor / become director, Clint Eastwood. No, not Clint. It wasn't Clint. Steve McQueen. And it was totally crap. I thought it was crap, and it was a shame because it was a good plot and it was a good, supposedly director. But I'm just relating to what you said about the Choir Boys.
Yeah.
Porky's. That was another one. I wasn't. Porky's was funny when I watched it. Yeah. Again, it was for me. Porky's was another Police Academy. It didn't. Now that was a good movie, Scent of a Woman by Al Pacino. Do you remember that one, Ed?
I never actually got around to it. Was it Michelle Pfeiffer in that one as well with Al Pacino? I never got around to seeing that one.
It's an old movie now, but he's blind, and the reason it's called A Scent of a it was Al Pacino. The reason it's called Scent of a Woman is because he can't see, but he can smell the scent, and it's all about that's the story. You know, he can smell. He knows when the woman that he likes is next to him because of the scent. If that makes sense, right? Okay, Dino. I don't want to get too into this too much because I'm forgetting what I say as I'm talking. Right, Dino J. Scent of a Woman. I've just read that. JB again. I got in trouble at work by calling my laptop the poor machine. Yeah. David Walters got a few new people coming in now. You guys have a great chemistry together. Two of my favorite poms together. Okay. Ed's okay with it. He's a night owl. Yeah, we know that. D-Rock, don't let her read chat or listen to the guys. I'm going through these comments now. Just get everybody in here. Bernard Purcell, I still do her. All right. Legendary Steady. You got that. I didn't. Right. Gemini Star, Samantha Fox, Jesus help us. Did you ever see that? She was on a reality program and she was working in a bar. She got totally pissed. And she fell out with the manager of the bar. And the only thing she could think to say is, you've got a small one. Terrible. Right. Okay. Pelly says, Ed Sweeney, that's a real cool name. That's actually his name. He's not, Right. El Terrifico, either of you date Rula Lensk. Oh, that rings a bell. Who is she? Do you know her, Ed?
Rula Lenska she was in a program called Rock Follies. She was English, but she had Polish, connections, and she married Dennis Waterman. So she had a famous relationship with Dennis Waterman. That's who Rula Lenska was.
Okay. I know who she was now.
Yeah.
Marky Mark says Linda Lusardi is 63. You wouldn't give her a second look now. I would, Mark, because I total respect for the woman. She's done well with her career. And it's not all about looks, is it? I mean, okay, I know there's a lot of mongers who come in here, but people you have to respect them for what they've done and what they are. Right. Stephen X. This era makes me think of Caroline Munro, Lamb's Navy. I know Lamb's Navy Run, but I can't. Do you know what I did on this channel probably a year ago? And I wish I hadn't deleted them because what I used to do when I showed things on the channel and I think, well, that's done. I deleted it. I don't anymore. I keep it. But they were classic. I did the Old Spice adverts. Do you remember the monkey adverts I did tonight? Do you remember Old Spice? Do you remember the Old Spice advert? Spice. High Karate. The beautiful woman with a big chest. What was her name?
Valerie Leon.
That's it.
Yeah,
Valerie Leon.
Yeah, but Caroline Munro, she was on the Lamb's Navy Rum, and she also was a Bond girl. One of the best Bond movies, The Spy Who Loved Me. She was the one in the helicopter who was trying to kill Roger Moore.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. Right, what's this? Right, what about the old girl from Weakest Link? Oh, what's her name? Anne Robinson? No. Stevie Wonder, maybe. No, that would make me puke. What about you, Ed? Anne Robinson?
Definitely not for me. Definitely not for me. Very naturally bossy type. No, definitely not for me.
Yeah, but that actually got some guys like that. You got the donometrics. What do they call them? Donometrics. Yeah, I mean, there are guys who actually get turned on by that sort of thing, and what you've just said there. She's too. What was it you said?
Bossy,
she's too
bossy.
Yeah, there are guys who do like that, and that would actually turn them on. But like you, I would say no. Right, Stephen X again. She swam naked in that Sinbad movie. I didn't see that.
I think you might be talking about Caroline Monroe there.
Yeah, maybe. Right, Ed, I think I'm done, mate. Honestly, we've been going for I mean, we could, it's so hard to turn it off, right? Because we've still got over 200 people in the stream. We've been going for over 4 hours. We're talking about, when you do a stream, you're really sort of aware of what you're talking about. You want to keep people engaged. You want to answer comments. But I've got to the stage now I don't care anymore. I'm just talking bullshit now. And I am enjoying it, but it's 1:20 in the morning. We've been going for 20 minutes and 4 hours. Can you believe that? And so I brought you in at about 20:09, 25:09. So you have been on here for 4 hours. Your last message to me was no 4-hour streams, maximum 90 minutes.
Because I didn't think I could do it. But, when you go with the flow, it's been very, very entertaining. It's been very entertaining.
Ed, look, be honest, right? I know I have been nagging to get you on here because I said to you when you were in Thailand, come on, do another live stream. You said, yeah, not in Pattaya. When we go somewhere more interesting. And then I didn't hear from you. And then I kept on at you and I thought, well, I'm bugging him now. And I thought, he's going to get annoyed now. But I got you on here in the end. I mean, be honest. Say no if you haven't. But have you had a good time, honestly?
I've had a bloody good time. I'm still there.
It's been a laugh, hasn't it?
I tell you what, this live stream has gone on longer than Ben Hur or Gone with the Wind. I mean, you would think that was a bloody long movie, but it's gone on longer than Ben Hur or Gone with the Wind.
But let me ask you a question before you go. The last stream we did was 4 hours, 45 minutes. This stream is 4 hours, 20 minutes. What does that tell you?
It's when you like talking to people, conversation is endless.
Right. Look at the comments tomorrow. Go back and look at the what it tells me is, right, we do a good stream, people are engaging, and they like what we're talking about, and they like to join in. So why not?
If it feels good, do it. That's enough.
Where's that Hennessy? Show me that Hennessy bottle again. I want to see how much is left.
Well, there's still a fair bit of it.
Cool, you've tucked into that. Look how much I've got into, look. But you see, I've got a backup plan, me personally. Like this is it's only a half bottle, but I've got a backup plan here. Look, you never know when a rainy day is coming along. Look at this, look. We've got the eighth of a bottle here. We've got the quarter of a bottle here, and then we've got the half of a bottle here. And if that doesn't rock you.
Oh my God Almighty! God Almighty!
I pulled the mic out. Can you hear me or not?
I can hear you.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That isn't enough. Hang on. Oh, but you got to remember, I buy in bulk, right?
Oh my! I'm coming around to your house. That's it. I'm coming around to your house.
That's an oldie special. You taught me.
The party is here, guys. The party is at Peter's house.
If I hope the wife doesn't watch this. If I buy that from the co-op, look at that, look. Highland Earl, 40%. So it's not watered down, right? £18.50 from the co-op. Aldi, on your recommendation, $14.99. You can't say fairer than that, can you?
Sensational. I've got to get myself to Lidl's Reverie Cognac, which is beautiful brandy, and you can get that at a very reasonable price. Oh, lovely, lovely stuff.
Ed, I had to laugh. Sorry to bring it up again, but Jesus Christ, that bloody swan in. I mean, what the hell possessed you to stay there? That was
laziness.
Huh?
Laziness. Because I simply couldn't be bothered to go anywhere else.
No, that's fair enough. I get that. I understand that. But when
I went to Bangkok for a few days and ended up staying there for 10 days. And I just thought, oh, what the hell? Run out of ideas.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not taking the mickey. I'm just having a laugh. Right. Stephen says, don't forget to grab some pies. I won't eat tonight now. I've had enough now. I mean, I've been going 4 hours, 23 minutes. Right. Shall we say loading up on Lidl tomorrow, Pelly, Gemini Star, plenty of Viagra. Let's finish on something nice here. What can we look at? No, I haven't got anything nice. That says it all, doesn't it? Right. Ed, are we off? Is that it?
I've got to get my head down. I'm going to grab some cheese and nuts, maybe some tomato soup
You
or
shouldn't
whatever.
have said that. You shouldn't have said that. I've got to grab some what? Nuts.
Cheese. I've got roasted peanuts and cheese and onions and tomato soup. And we'll see what happens anyway. We'll see what happens.
Glenn Henrik said, this is a record. I'm looking on my other screen now. Swan in chair. Oh, my God. Yeah, that chair, Ed. 1 minute. That chair, Hugh says, that chair. Because, honestly, I don't know if you noticed it, but when you're in the room, you said, I'm staying in the Swan Inn. I'm paying £600 a night. Okay, it hasn't got a view. It's not the best hotel in the world. But look at the size of the bed. But what everyone was looking at was that bloody chair that looked like things were living in it. You know, I was looking at it, I thought, something's going to come out of that in the night. He's going to get a shot. But obviously,
but Bobby Gorn says the Swan Inn will be putting a blue plaque up saying Ed Sweeney slept in.
The round one, the red, you know, the round one. Yeah. A few late comments, right? Before we go, I enjoy Viagra eye drops, mate. Yeah. Stephen, I'm looking at what they're looking at now. Right. Order a pizza, says El Terrifical. Pelly says, stay away from the hairy nuts, Eddie. Yeah. Don't go for those, Eddie, hairy nuts. Gemini Star, Eddie, I love the nuts. Stephen X says, how many times has Peter said, that's it for tonight? How many times have I said that's it for tonight? But I did, yeah, because Ed kept saying to me that I'm not doing a 4-hour stream, and you have done it. Right, Leeds, cheers, Peter and Eddie, been really good. Ed, promise me one thing. Promise me one thing before you go. Promise me you'll come on and do another live stream with me within the next 3 months.
Okay, another 90 minutes, which will probably go on for 4 hours. Okay, sounds good to me.
On tomorrow, we'll do one tomorrow special. Now, let's say maybe what we know, May. We're coming. Is it the 15th today, or something like that? Let's do one April, May, July. Let's do one at the end of July, just before I go to Thailand. Right. Rob says, quick question, guys. If you had to pick one place to pick up girls in Thailand, which one would it be? Well, I'm a married man, so I can't answer that. But I do know from friends, I'd say the Coconut Bar in Pattaya. Right. Ed Sweeney slummed it here on the blue. Okay. All right. You've slummed it here. No, we're not doing another 19 minutes. I am actually a little bit drunk now. I've never been drunk on a stream before. Seamus started. He says, Peter should be going on Ed's channel. Well, I'm waiting. He might invite me. He might invite me.
Well, I will invite you. Absolutely. We'll sort something out there. We'll definitely sort something out soon.
I know, but if I come on your stream, I'm going to make sure I've got them bottles lined up and the beers and everything. Right. Canned sardines, you'll have to jump on Ed's channel again. Yeah. I enjoyed Ed's YouTube channel. It's called Edward Sweeney. Ed's channel is called Edward Sweeney. He's now got a new channel called Steady Eddie Live with Thailand Bound, which is the best channel on YouTube. No, it's called Eddie. What's it called again?
It's called Steady Eddie Live. The new channel.
I thought Peter was free like a bird again. Okay, I don't know what that means. Shut up, drunk, laugh out loud. That's you, not me. Right, Ed, we've got to end it there. We've been going for, I'll tell you what, it's 4 minutes 26. Let's just go to the 30 minutes. I mean it, I promise. 4 minutes 30. It will look good on the video. And then when it gets to 4:30, bang, that's it. Because it's 4:26.
Okay.
That's not a good number. And I'll just go and walk the daffodils again. So I'm sure there's a comment you can pick up on.
Okay, Stephen Forex. The link to this one live is about info there. The link to his one live one is the about info. Thanks for that. I am Joy. Go. D Rock 97. Any good questions? Mike Hayes. Good gosh, I fell asleep, but you were still going. Great stuff, guys. Peter, don't forget. You're meant to be king, yeah, whatever. Okay, Pele. Going to Antwerp soon to fit it, but no plans for that. Even though I like Steph, I'm going to drink a teensy weensy, bit more of Hennessy. Bloody good stuff. Lovely stuff. Quality stuff. If you like brandy, that is quality stuff. Really quality stuff.
What are you on about quality stuff?
I'm talking about Hennessy. Hennessy. DJ Rock. G Rock. You've been to South America, I think. Yeah, I've spent 6 months traveling all around South America. Wonderful. And Central America. I've been there as well.
Don't stop.
Oh, so I'll leave you to say goodnight, Peter. I'll leave you to wrap it up.
We've got 1 minute 29 seconds yet. We've got to hit the 4:30. We're on 24 hours, 28 minutes and 36 seconds. Give it 1 minute and 37 seconds. Right. God, there's 75 comments in the queue. And hang on, I'm not going to read all them out. Oh, I'll tell you what, Ed, it's been a good stream time. I always enjoy it. I say always, it's been twice now. I enjoy doing the stream with you. We kind of hit it off on screen. The guys seem to have had a good time. We've still got 200 in now. There was just under 500 in at the beginning, but that's understandable. That was at 10 o'clock. We've just slipped under the 200 now, 198. Yeah, okay. 90 seconds to go. I'm trying to talk about something and nothing.
DJ Rock. T-Rock, best place in South America for Peter and Ed to recommend. At Brazil. I think Brazil, don't let anyone tell you that Brazil is not the most amazing country in South America. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful place.
But you said you didn't like it because all the birds had fat asses.
No, that's Dominican Republic. I haven't been there, but I've seen videos of it. No, Brazil, magnificent. Brazil's magnificent.
What was it not dangerous?
I'm still alive.
Do you have to take extra precautions? Is it safe in Thailand or
precautions? But you do have to take extra precautions. But Brazil is colourful and the people are wonderful there. I had a wonderful adventure there. Wonderful adventure. Okay.
4 hours, 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Cheers, Ed. All the best.
Okay, all the best, Peter. It's been great. It's been really, really entertaining.
I shall wait for my invitation. I shall be disappointed.
Okay, you will be invited to my stream. You definitely, without a doubt. Anyway, it's been a pleasure.
Okay, I'll play you out with my outgoing song, and I shall see you on the other side, as I say. Thanks.
Okay.
I forgot about all the viewers, guys. Thanks. Still 204 in. Great stream. Thanks for joining me tonight, and all the super chats. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. All right, Ed. Thanks. I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks for the
cheers. Cheers.
Yes.